So I would like to invite you to take your seats. I understand that there are some challenges moving people from the Parliament over here, but we are already 10 minutes delayed. Very good. So I think we can kick off. Well, at least for those that were this morning in the Parliament, I think we started with a very good session, a fantastic debate that was supported by two MEPs, João and Dino. And so this morning we spoke a lot about value chains, but also about skills, the skills need that and challenges that we are facing. And I think that all of you agree with me that it was a fantastic discussion with many different insights that gave us a lot to think about how this conversation will be moving forward. I had no opportunity to intervene. I have an opinion about all of this. I think that the way that technology is evolving and the speed of technological change is very difficult to follow. So we will be seeing things that we never thought about. We will be confronted with many, many challenges that we have never thought about. And I'll just give you an example, which is maybe a funny example. I'm an old father. I have a 16-year-old son, which is in the 10th grade at school, in the Bonn International School. Just last month, they had one test, and 95% of the students, they used ChatGPT to do the test. It was a scandal at the school. So, as you can imagine, there was a kind of revolution. I was lucky because my son was not one of them, so he was not grounded, he was lucky. But this is the changes that we are seeing. So the technology is allowing us to enter different worlds. And the other thing is that these technologies are very much in the hands of very few as well. So we are facing here many, many different challenges, and we need to be ready for that. And what I see in my experience is that when we talk about regulation comes very slow into the game. And many times regulation is not even up to the knowledge that needs to be in place to respond to the challenges that we have. But I will stop here because we have a fantastic panel for discussion today. Also, I'm very pleased to welcome a very esteemed guest, Isabel Iglesias, who is the head of the European Affairs and permanent delegate to the European Union at the CEOE, which is the Spanish Confederation of Business Organizations. A very well welcome, and thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
This was optimistic, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Neves, and thanks to Jesse for the kind invitation to speak here today. I was actually attending the Green Week during many, many years in the past when I was younger and arrived in Brussels, and it is a pleasure to do it today as a speaker. I wanted to give you, in this introduction, a brief idea of the work that COE, by itself at Spanish level, but of course here in the framework of Business Europe is conducting, and the positions that we are taking regarding green transition and skills. But also, I wanted to give you a few hints, which I hope can fit into your exchanges today about how we are positioning ourselves in the framework of the current competitiveness crisis that Europe is facing, and especially, of course, ahead of the upcoming Spanish presidency of the Council, only a few weeks ahead now. which had, of course, I mean, a very ambitious program, which has now taken a special note, given that we have had an early election called. That will make it even more interesting, but we are sure that it will be a fantastic presidency that will really tackle central topics of interest for businesses and for the European project in general. So we are facing, and that's something I'm sure that you have been already discussing today, a real competitiveness crisis at European level. European industries and businesses are suffering at the current moment, still the recovery, of course, from COVID, but have suffered from the new geopolitical scenario, from the war in Ukraine, and are now currently having, to reposition, as you well know, to reposition themselves as the whole European Union in front of the competition of China, of the United States, of the new emerging economies, in a moment in which we are having, of course, to implement the twin transition. Ahead of this, the current moment is specifically important in order to call for this revamping of European businesses and industries, and for that, of course, the work on skills and on upskilling, reskilling, and on changing the whole approach on training is key. Regarding all these topics, we adopted last week in Madrid, in the framework of the Council of Presidents of Business Europe that is hosted ahead of each council presidency in the capital of the country that will host this presidency. We adopted, together with our fellow 39 confederations of businesses, members of Business Europe, a declaration that is a basis to provide food for thought to the upcoming presidency, but which we think will be, of course, the basis of what businesses will be demanding also for the next European term, which is, as you well know, just around the corner. This declaration brings 5 main points of interest, or so to say, a recipe for what we believe is key for businesses to challenge, to be able to face the competitiveness challenge that I was just mentioning. First point is calling for regulatory breathing space for European companies. It is well known that we are facing, and that's of course lowering our competitiveness, an excessive regulatory burden that undermines our position in the world. Also, we are asking, hand in hand with this, with fast-track permitting that enables really that companies can tackle especially the green transition, and this in the framework, of course, of the Net Zero Industry Act. A second point, we are asking the Spanish presidency, but of course the institutions, to really deliver a fully fledged program to deepen the single market integration in many aspects, especially in this field of services, but in so many others, there is still a lot to do in order to improve the functioning of our GEM, the single market. As a third point, we are asking to secure electricity supply at competitive prices. Of course, you know that this is a real challenge that industries and businesses face at European level. Fourth, opening more international market opportunities for European companies. We are living, you all know, news on Mercosur were highlighted this morning, but of course you've also learned probably about the great focus that the Spanish presidency will put on strengthening the relations between the EU and Latin American and Caribbean countries. This is of course key in order to continue progressing economically for our businesses and industries. But of course, the fifth point, it's not in this order, it was just to really link with what I'm going to follow. The fifth point of this Madrid declaration focused on addressing the skills gap and facilitating innovation and supporting reforms to boost the European productivity. Addressing these skills gaps is identified clearly by European business confederations and social partners, which is what we are at the end at cross-industry sector, European level, but also at national level, is identified as a key point in order to, of course, enable the twin transition, to tackle staff shortages, cross-sector, but also sectorally, and to face the new reality of the world of work, which of course, you will have exchange on that this morning already, is facing a new scenario. The new world of work faces a new scenario that requires permanent updating of the professional skills of workers and employers themselves, but also requires that we reconceive training from the very early ages in order to continue progressing and ensuring that young people receive all the soft skills that they will need to lead the change in the future, but also that we can continue pursuing these transitions. You will have talk already, of course, of the need of more vocational training, et cetera, nothing new to you. But it has been recognized for a long time. It has been on the debates on the table at the social dialogue at all levels. Europe has a training gap, which is, if it's not addressed, can damage social cohesion, undermine competitiveness. It's already undermining our competitiveness and our capacity to attract investment, and may delay the green and the digital transitions. Therefore, what we think is that the European Year of Skills needs to really lead to effective responses and put on clear solutions that involve all levels of decision-making and of implementation in order to tackle this the staff and skills shortages and mismatches that we are facing. And needs to really put on solutions that can be implemented urgently, but also are resilient and responsive in a longer term. On this, we will need to be also very brave and take courageous decisions in order to ensure that we can recognize the positive contribution of talents from third countries. And on this, there is a strong debate coming that will take place during the Spanish presidency, which is, of course, the Pact on Migration and Asylum. On this, what we also believe and want to highlight is that the work or the proposals that come from policymakers need to be decided upon and implemented in close connection with the social partners. Social partners, companies, are those who know best how to implement training, how to tackle the mismatches, which is the training that needs to be provided in which moment of the career of employees, and which are the needs of the different companies. Therefore, their partnership and social dialogue will be key. As I was saying, we are really hopeful on what can be the results or the outcomes of this European Year of Skills, and it is evident that it is key that we act urgently to attract investment, to have our workforce sufficiently trained and ready in order to continue attract investment to the EU. For this, also, we think that the EU must provide support at the European level that really is capillary enough to be spread across the EU. No member state can be left behind all this movement, and that is absolutely key. And this is why we welcome the as a first approach, the holistic basis of the Green Deal Industrial Plan, whose third pillar focuses, as you well know, on fostering the necessary skills for the dual transition. And on this, we are also very hopeful on what can be brought by the Net Zero Academies, not only to train people, but also to ensure portability of qualifications, which is necessary to promote labor mobility, which is, of course, very much needed. We also are hopeful from the Spanish perspective that they may be key also to tackle challenges as the depopulated areas, which is, of course, something which is of key concern also for us at national level. we also welcome, of course, we think that this is key, the micro-credentials approach created by, well, proposed in the Council recommendation of 2022, and we are hopeful that it will be implemented swiftly. Should not be forgotten, and with this I will conclude, that the challenges that I'm sure you were speaking about this morning, that you will continue to identify later on, are significant not only regarding the green transition, which is of course key, but they are cross-sectoral. There are many sectors across Europe that are lacking and suffering from staff shortages, and they go from hospitality, transport, healthcare, etc. The right training, which will include, of course, training in green skills, is key in order to reboost these sectors, which were very affected by the COVID, and which are now facing this more like this other strong challenge, which is not finding the right workforce in order to function properly. So, well, just to really conclude, we believe from COE, but also, of course, from the perspective of Business Europe and from all the work that we pursue with our member companies and federations, that training needs to be at the center of the current European debate, that it is a key element to improve competitiveness, and that this needs to be put at the heart of defining the European open strategic autonomy. There is no open strategic autonomy of the EU without a resilient workforce that can support this reboosting of the European competitiveness. And we need to ensure that this is all put in the right place in order to continue ensuring that the EU is the best place in the world to undertake, create, invest, and generate wealth. So with all this, I just wanted to thank again the opportunity to Jessie to bring out our message in this crucial moment ahead of the Spanish presidency. And we wish you fruitful discussions on which we will take good note to continue conveying our messages to European and national policymakers. So wishing you a nice discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isabel, for guiding us through that comprehensive agenda. And I think it's clear that you stressed the level of the challenge that we are facing in Europe. It's a challenge that is touching all of us. So it's up to us also to be up to the challenge and to cooperate, and having that the social dialogue that you also mentioned that is extremely relevant. So engaging all the stakeholders which are relevant to this debate. So thank you so much for your keynote. Now we are moving to a panel discussion around sustainable value chains. I'm very happy to invite Georgia Epikoko from Huawei. She will share the first discussion on global industrial collaboration for sustainable value chains, and I guess you will invite your panelists. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Luis. My name is Georgia Epikoko, indeed, and I'm a senior manager in Huawei for EU Public Affairs, where I'm very happy and proud to be leading the sustainability agenda, both from the social and environmental side. I really want to thank Jessie, but I also want to thank a special person from Jessie, Varnika, without which this event would have not been possible. Your coordination has been fantastic, and you made this platform possible to really discuss important topics. There are a lot of challenges that we have discussed from the morning. We're talking about global collaboration, industrial collaboration, global value chains, skills shortages, market needs, climate action. I mean, it's quite heavy, huh? It's a heavy agenda. We have, of course, decided to address a lot of these important, relevant, and difficult topics. We're not only addressing these topics with Europeans in Europe. There are many regions across the globe that are actually following us online. So I also want to greet our online audience. Thank you for joining us today. And it's important that we really keep that in mind, that whatever we do at this level, whatever we do here in Europe has an impact and has an effect on societies and economies across the globe. So because we want to kick off the day with an easy topic, so global industrial collaboration for sustainable value chains is one of those for sure. And I want to invite my fellow panelists here on stage, starting with Christophe Yvetot, who is the representative to the European Union for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Sevim Aktas, who is a policy officer from the Director General for Climate Action in the European Commission. Paula Byron, who is a corporate sustainability consultant and expert. And joining us remotely also Michael Kant, who is an executive director for the Collaborating Center on Sustainable Consumption and Production. Can I have a mic, please?
We have a chair for Michael.
Okay, then perhaps I sit here. Okay. Thank you for joining me, ladies and gentlemen. Global industrial collaboration. It's a real dilemma these days, I would dare to say. There are new trade and investment rules, new due diligence requirements coming up very soon, as we know, carbon tariffs, carbon removals, skill shortages across sectors. So I would like to start this conversation with a really easy question, as is the easiness of the topic, to break the ice also with the room. Please, feel free to add any topic and question you feel relevant for this debate, but also for the day ahead. So, Christophe, I would like to start with you. Could you tell me whether you think global industrial collaboration can still be a reality in the age of disruption?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much, Gizzy, and all the organizers. We're very happy to be here to exchange on those issues. I would like first to say that in the last 30 years, international trade has contributed a lot to poverty reduction. And when you think that in the last 30 years, more than 1 billion people have been lifted out of poverty thanks to the participation in value chains, only in Asia. So I think we should keep anyway this and make sure that we don't keep the last part of the population in the world outside those value chains. So it's still important to keep this. We know that there are actual tensions internationally, but nobody anyway is isolated. The European Union is not isolated because it's still in the global value chain. So my second message would be that we should keep this global industrial cooperation. It's very important. We all have an agenda. It's under the Sustainable Development Goals that we need to make sure that there will be to end up poverty, but also that we do produce and consume in a sustainable manner. So let's keep this global cooperation to make sure that all the norms and standards we put in place can be also absorbed, discussed together. They make a consensus, and then being ambitious anyway in terms of climate, in terms of environment, in terms of social requirements, but that we can continue to work on a base that allows also the companies, you were mentioning the private sector, and the private sector, norms is the language of the private sector, because you need, when you invest in various continents, you should work with different norms and etc. And for developing countries, it's true that having possibility to be compliant is a big challenge. So that I would say that let's continue this cooperation. I will say more a bit later. But for example, we are launching in Shanghai on 7th of July a global alliance on artificial intelligence in manufacturing and industry. And this is very important because value chains will now benefit from having all those new technologies, because we'll give more access to more companies and more countries in the international trade. So we'll stop here at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe. And Sevin, coming to you, I mean, as Christophe mentioned, the EU does not act in an isolated manner and is part of, the globe. So from your perspective, from the perspective also of DG Klima and the European Commission, do you think global industrial collaboration is still a reality, and how is the EU pushing for that?
I mean, I have two dimensions to this. From my personal perspective, working on carbon removals in particular, which is a very technical subject, and second, from an EU Commission perspective and what we're all doing there. And starting off with my own work, I mean, how do I notice this global aspect when I work on carbon removals, carbon storage and products, construction products in particular, which is a very technical topic, mainly focusing on the EU. In this entire sphere, and when we're doing brainstorms with our teams, etc., it's always about taking best practices, not only from European countries, from European certification bodies, but all the good practices there are worldwide. So this is definitely a collaborative effort in terms of learning from each other, learning the challenges and learning the best practices, and moving this entire sphere of carbon removal projects into a way more qualitative and credible direction. So this cannot happen just within the EU. I mean, this is inevitably something that swaps over internationally and requires collaboration as well. But when I look at what the EU is doing in general is, I mean, I think all the delegations, the External Action Service, all the collaborations, that every department has an international team, all the meetings that we do bilaterally with all these countries, but also the official meetings where everyone is coming together. It's a clear sign that internationalization and global collaboration is playing an extremely, extremely big role. I mean, one of the comments that I always get from my friends, for example, is like, nice that you guys are doing the regulations and proposals for the EU, but what about the rest of the world, especially when it comes to climate change? And that's exactly tackling the core, let me say, of this question. Without international collaboration, there is no moving forward to a climate neutral future. So from that perspective, is it on companies, is it on international organizations, governments, etc.? We all need to work together, inevitably. So there's no choice, pretty much.
Paula, same question to you, and I really, I would like to also for you to maybe focus on more on the industrial perspective. You're also the corporate sustainability director at Samsung, which is an international company, I mean, operating in the EU market, but globally as well. So I would really like to hear from you what is your experience and perspective on this point.
Thanks, Georgia, and thanks to Jessie and Huawei for the invitation. It's great to be here, and as I said in the prep call, I think this whole day is really great, bringing together of topics around skills, green transition, all the legislation that we have, but not forgetting about the past. We've done a lot of work. We'll talk about SDGs, talk about trade and investment. And now in the age of disruption. First thing I would say that value chains are here to stay. They exist. And we have to think about all the people along those value chains. And we need to really adapt the age of disruption to support the value chains rather than the other way around. And we have big ambitions, and the Commission has to be commended for the volume, scope of work, the speed, but that brings many, many challenges and a little bit of chaos. But that's not to say that we're not on the right path. So I was thinking, okay, what is the age of disruption? And coming out of my daily work in value chains and supply chain due diligence, what does it mean to value chains and supply chain due diligence? And I think that, and that was said in the opening remarks as well, is smarter machines, but lead from a point of education, skills, building up from that, rather than a point of fear. These machines can really help us and augment how we communicate through value chains, share data. Data platforms are being talked about, but then we need the skills to understand that data, to build a picture of what that data means, so that it's transparent, but it's also useful data, that we can drive change, find where the risks are, mitigate those risks, and that all takes a lot of collaboration in value chains. It doesn't stop at the EU border. And the other thing, I think that we still have to say customer-centric for businesses, and that means upstream and downstream. So contrary to what people think, there is the customers who buy the products, but there are also the customers in the value chain, that we have to speak to them as well, support them, invest in them, make sure they have the knowledge, the skills, the technology, so that they can continue to supply us. And so the last one is, even in the age of disruption, sustainability in everything we do. That's in every department, in every aspect of the business, in every aspect of the value chain.
Sustainability in everything we do. I mean, I think it's a
Still
very
there,
nice slogan.
so don't forget about it.
Yeah, we need to use it as a benchmark for everyone to develop, business models and opportunities as well. And I'd like to connect with Michael from CSCP, who is representing a Think and Do organization. And I think it's a very nice concept, that you have out there. And, from your perspective, and also because you are a sustainability practitioner, really helping, driving that sustainability agenda, across sectors with industries, but also other organizations and governments. So the same question goes to you from that, holistic perspective of, how do you see this global industrial collaboration moving forward, given all the challenges and difficulties that we're facing nowadays?
Yeah, thanks, Georgina. And sorry for not taking the seat on the stage, but actually with a freshly broken foot, you actually can't move very fast and very far. So thanks for making it also hybrid today. Yeah, I think many things have been said already, but if I look into the disruption we are into, I really think about that we're into an age of transparency and transformation. And transparency, of course, there's a lot of regulation upcoming to really make the whole value chain transparent. And then you also realize where the risks are and where you have to work on, because you feel, things maybe along the value chain are not right from a sustainability perspective. But that's not enough. I think, especially the whole green, sustainable, digital agenda calls also, and of course, the state of the planet we are in calls for transformation. And transformation is only possible if you align among the value chain, if you align among sectors, if you do cross-sector collaboration. And just giving an example, we work at the moment a lot with the chemical sector, and they are really under, let's call it fire, because they feel all those new things, circularity, biodiversity, climate neutrality, social aspects, really put them into the discussion if the chemistry in the future will be the same chemistry of the past. And the answer they give themselves is pretty clear. No, it will not. They're asking themselves, where will our raw materials come from in the future? Will it be more bio-based, or can we actually take waste as an opportunity, as an input for chemicals in the future? We know we have a lot of waste. And if you go into this, you will realize that if they execute it, value chains might change dramatically. And they're asking this, how do we build skills actually around this? If yesterday we have been in the laboratory creating our chemicals fossil-based, and now we have a totally new resource base and probably even new business models. We are moving away from selling chemicals to maybe leasing chemicals or just providing the service, and the chemicals might be very different. So all this, of course, calls, again, disruption, and it calls for new skill sets. And discussing with the CEO of one big chemical company, he said, probably we need to reskill most of our stuff. How can we do this in a very short time? And then we have to also find new partners along the value chain, and we have to create new business models. So this as an example, and the same you could look into circularity. If you really want to embed circularity along a value chain, probably again, you need different type of collaboration, different type of partners, you need digital partners. And so not only the collaboration is important, but also that probably the collaboration and the kind of partners will change you have to work with in the future.
Indeed, I mean, all these points are incredibly relevant, especially as exactly we define this, the age of disruption, but it's also the age of climate action, is the age of skills, development, is the age of many new revolutions that are like underpinned by also the crisis that we're living through. And I think personally, I mean, also global value chains, I mean, are important, are there, are already, I mean, as also Christoph mentioned, in motion and in place. However, because of climate change, also productivity, is being rethought, and this has especially a higher impact on third countries that are production countries. And the United Nations, of course, I mean, is also the defendant of those economies and societies. And regulations are coming out of the countries demanding that production to take place and to continue taking place, though meeting climate targets, meeting social targets. So of course, these are also imposing some sort of challenges, like to developing countries. So on that, I'd like to come back to you, Christoph, really on the point of trade that we also mentioned in the beginning. This age of disruption is, of course, having an impact on international trade, but also investments. Investments now are being driven by the national agendas more and more, and also, like in our case, the Brussels or EU agenda for that matter. But as you mentioned in the beginning, international trade and investments have also been big drivers of growth globally, but also of poverty reduction and so social development worldwide. So what are the strategies that developing countries can put in place to mitigate all the challenges coming out of the new regulatory frameworks that are imposed by the countries that are actually developing that production model?
No, thank you very much. I think that we, as I said, we need to keep this international cooperation. And, the COVID and the Ukraine conflict also has shown that every country, even in Europe, discovered that without energy, without industry, you don't have prosperity. So European is now trying to reindustrialize. And in the developing world, they want to industrialize. I was posted 5 years in Senegal, so I know what it is about. So how the country can attract more investment, so they can regroup. So we have value chain development support that we can do to help SMEs. For example, big companies, they will utilize the digital. They will also be able to decrease their environmental or climate impact. But SMEs, 90% of the world is made of SMEs, of the economy. So we need to help them at the country level regroup into clusters. We've heard about the, the private sector of Europe regrouping, and this is the way you can develop more capacity, for bigger volume, stronger production, and harmonization. Also, we need to, we're also helping countries to develop, to regroup into facilities where all companies can be regrouped. Through this, they can have more access to digital and what we call advanced digital production technologies. As I was saying in our previous panel, we have 10 economies that are leading the process of digital, and then 40 that are following, and the rest are laggers. So how to make those laggers have access in those advanced digital production technologies when they regroup, because that they can bear the cost. Also, there was a point that was said, is that there's a lot of confusion at the moment. So how to help the private sector move toward this double agenda. At the moment we speak, we have a conference in UNIDO in Vienna on global sustainable value chains, because we are bringing the private sector, governments, civil society, academia together to, like we are trying to do this morning, also to be more clearer what is required so that country can prepare. So that's also another point that we are developing in UNIDO, is to also to help countries establish the right framework, infrastructure, the quality, for example, the quality policy, the quality infrastructure, to have all the standards and norms, the intermediary organizations like private sector associations, etc., and the companies knowing what are the requirements so that they can really prepare, and having also those certification bodies that make sure that the products and services that we'll export are fully compliant. So this is very important. Another point is the skills. Europe is one of the leading economic area, and already the problem of skills is there, tremendously. But in the developing world, it's much worse. So how can we create also a cooperation so that those who have the knowledge and technology and capital can also work with those, and that was a point that was mentioned, who have the raw material, who have the workforce, young workforce in Africa. You know, 70% of people have less than 25 years. So how to reconcile, how to make this industrial cooperation work for all? So that I would say, so when we were preparing for the Sustainable Development Goals, UNIDO was entrusted to make the consultations on behalf of the UN with the private sector. I was sharing two of the major consultations, one with European business, and the other with Asia and the Pacific business. And I was surprised that business didn't refuse the change, but they say we need a framework, a clear framework, and second, that it works for all. And I think this is where we stand. And now I think how can we cooperate together to make sure that we have this platform and that we can continue working together while being ambitious to reduce poverty, but also to make sure that we have altogether climate action and also respect the environment. Thank you.
I actually want to stay 1 second more with you on that point, because I think it would be important for this audience, but also, I mean, we have, you know, practitioners and lawmakers here on stage to understand what are the fears, you know, of developing countries in this new regulatory age as well.
It's a pity I don't have, but I have a picture when we see international trade, and we see that all the international trade, the big players come from the Americas, Europe, and Asia, but then Africa is 2%. 2% of international trade. And we see the projection, we see in 1990 it was 2%, and today it's 2%. And there's even a report on Asia 2050 that was planning that in 30 years, Africa will be 2%. Isn't that depressive? So I think we really need to invest to support the productive capacities of Africa. This morning, there was a question on this. What is the deal? What kind of deal we can have between those who need the raw material and those who have the raw material but need jobs? It's local production. Let's at least do a part of the production, of the transformation of the raw material on the spot, so that people will require more knowledge, more technology. It means higher qualifications. It means higher revenues. And the country will sell more expensive services and products. They will become richer. They will have a national budget. With a national budget, they can pay for health, for education, for infrastructure. So that's what is industrial development all about. Why don't we do it as a partnership? I think you have so many countries waiting for this. They are not fearing. They are fearing that they will lack the means. Some of them, they are indebted because of COVID. And now there will be in Paris in mid-month, there will be big negotiation to see how we do a new big deal, a new deal so that we give some fiscal flexibility, more investment in developing countries. We create jobs, access to raw material, but we do all of this in a win-win deal. That's my response.
You said we need investments. That's a big one, and I think it's also becoming problematic worldwide. I mean, we are also undergoing, some economic challenges at global level, and I would like then to come to you, Sebim, and also, the EU is really fighting, to ensure that open and fair, international trade, and really putting out those trade agreements that, ensure climate action at global level so that the EU can really be at the forefront of that discussion. We have recently seen also the approval of CBAM, so, carbon tariffs on really third country partner production countries that want to enter the EU market. So can you please give us a little bit an overview of that, and also what the EU is planning to do to ensure that like climate action is not just a slogan, but can actually put in motion.
Sure. Before that, I would like to go a step back actually and talk from a personal perspective and reflect a little bit on the things that I've been hearing so far, because it feels so drowning, really. I mean, it's a lot of challenges indeed coming ahead in a field where it's very uncertain of which decisions to take are going to result in what kind of effects. But something that I learned recently when I was in the US, and I was surprised by it, in everything that we were talking about, they saw the opportunity immediately. And it colored off a little bit, I have to say. So while listening to Michael, to you about like biodiversity and like all these different new resources, I was like, ooh, interesting. Like, and how can you combine these things, you know? Like, and how can you make it work? I mean, after all, when we're talking about industry, when we're talking about companies, these are extremely smart people. Really, and we need to acknowledge that. I mean, I very much, I admire every CEO who puts together such a big company and expands that even. And when there are challenges or uncertainties, I mean, those are the people who know front hand how to deal with uncertainties. I mean, these impulses and disruptions are coming ahead of us, but does that necessarily need to be a deal breaker or a bottleneck that we work with and actually improve on the way and even benefit the environment and other people as well? I mean, the narrative really plays a big role here. So I wanted to, from a personal note, put that dimension into the discussion as well, because when I think back and looked at the history, for example, of the energy system developing with oil and gas, with the electricity grids, etc., be unfolding, back then, people didn't know how many resources we had. Back then, a lot of investors didn't see the opportunities in these things. How did all of these things happen and became all of a sudden the most normal thing ever? So every time we talk about the energy transition, for example, and storage comes up as a problem, I'm like, do you know we have engineers who developed airplanes 400 tons that can fly up in the air? I find them magical, really. I know exactly what happens from a technical perspective, but I'm like, and at least let it be 6 hours, no, but they can stay up in the air for 15 hours. I mean, that's insane, you know? And if we have the capabilities and the skills and the technical knowledge to develop these type of things, we can definitely, and this is really coming from a personal perspective more than the EU standpoint now, but I am so certain that any of the challenges and bottlenecks that come across us, we'll be able to deal. I mean, I really count on the expertise, on smart, on the passion also of people in developing and paving the path. And difficult decisions are there for sure. Like every time I hear companies talking, for example, about sustainability, and they present it as if it's the most easy thing ever, every time I ask the same question, I'm like, what was the most difficult decision that you had to take? Because inevitably it means profit counts eventually. So from that perspective, like having an honest discussion is one thing, but also seeing the opportunities given the minds that we have, you know, like especially here in Europe, but also worldwide, all the opportunities that are out there is something that we can truly benefit. I think putting this entire is it climate change or changing supply chains path forward. Coming back to CBAM, so I really wanted to because it really, the narrative and the feeling that we have in starting this journey really makes a huge difference in also having fun along the way. So CBAM. I'm quite sure that all of you guys heard about the carbon border adjustment mechanism, but just to quickly recap, it's trying to address carbon leakage. So industries that want to move their production to elsewhere, to other countries outside of Europe, for example, which have lower environmental regulations, seems like a convenient thing to do for some of industries. And in order to avoid that, the EU introduced this tool to put a carbon price on specific goods, imported goods. And obviously, this sounds like extremely like what's happening. No one likes taxes in the first place, but essentially, it has 3 benefits to it. One, it's supposed to encourage other countries to take up their environmental regulations as well and jump on the boat. Second, it's supposed to promote low carbon technologies in companies, etc., and trying to see the opportunities there. And third, inevitably, all these things are supposed to lower global greenhouse gas emissions. And as I mentioned earlier, like all my friends are always like, nice that climate change is a big thing in Europe, but what about the rest of the world? And CBAM is exactly a tool to start a global discussion and to get on the table with our partners with a stick, for sure. I mean, as I said, no one likes taxes, but to highlight the carrots that we have as well. Is it the funding, the program from EU, international organizations like the UN? Is it guidelines, etc.? So there are multiple things out there already, but if you show the stick, all of a sudden the carrots are way more attractive to work with. So that's a little bit like the narrative behind this entire CBAM. Is it going to be easy? No. Is it complex? Yes. And will it be a burden to a lot of developing countries? Yes, it will be. But that's exactly why we're starting the discussions and sitting on the table with our partners to discuss how we can make it work most productively. As I said, while highlighting all the carrots that are on the table as well to enable their changes in the most productive way as well. So overall, that's pretty much the CBAM. I mean, certain technical things still need to be worked out with the Council and the Parliament, but essentially the deal has been agreed on and it's supposed to start being implemented in October. Just to mention that it's not going to be like, one thing all of a sudden, but it will be a transitional phase. So we will only focus on specific products, like a couple of products, high carbon intensive products in the first place. Think of cement, steel and iron, electricity, hydrogen are part of this selected group. And then there will be a review period. So this initial phase, will be closely monitored to see how we can make it work. What are the challenges? What are the bottlenecks? And how can it be implemented more? How can we step up the CBAM more properly? And then the timeline is not 100% clear, but the actual full-on program would be implemented at a later stage. But first of all, a transitional period to investigate what it actually means to implement such a big tool.
That sounds, like a big work ahead for the Commission, but also I think while everyone agrees that we all need to act towards climate action, it seems very difficult to have like a common consensus on how to achieve that, whether it's to taxes, tariffs, investments, We all say collaboration, but that also seems to be, as we see, more and more difficult. And I think it's important that we look slightly back in time when 8 years ago, 193 countries actually agreed and adopted, the Agenda 2030, and they all signed up on the Sustainable Development Goals. And I want to ask, Michael, what do you think, whether the SDGs are still relevant? Are they still relevant for societies, for companies, for all the different economic actors? And what are the key areas should we need to choose today where we need to look at those more from an SDG perspective in order to achieve the targets as we have, 7 years to go?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. First of all, I would like to share also that I'm a person who sees always the glass half full and not half empty. So yes, we are behind on many grounds in terms of climate action and many other things like circularity, biodiversity, social issues, but still there's always room to go ahead. And of course, it needs a framework, and the SDGs still provide a narrative. They provide goals, they provide indicators, but it's always an issue. How do you connect from having a framework, having maybe a reporting pathway, to really doing action and going into the do part? And how can you mainstream that the do part doesn't become an incremental product or value chain? You are doing it, but you really do it horizontally among the whole company, among all your value chains, among all the products you have on the shelf. Think about a retailer. I mean, if you go to the supermarket, you see, I don't know, 20,000 products. How many have a fair component? How many have a climate neutrality component? More and more. But still, and I've worked with retailers almost now for 20 years, I would say on the retailer shelf, we enter in most supermarkets, we have managed so far over the last 20 years, 5 to 10% of the products are more sustainable. So seeing all this, we have the framework, but it looks like it's still a mindset issue. It's still a gap issue. If I discuss with certain people in organization, they don't have the background on sustainability. They don't have the background on digitalization necessarily. And suddenly they should think about this together. And that's why I think the European Green Week on green and digital skills is very important. How do you define, using the SDGs, a purpose? How do you define how digitalization can help you on implementing the SDGs? And what's your purpose then? Looking on both together. And of course, there is Jesse also is digital with purpose, which is bringing those things together. And so how do we get into this mainstreaming, this mindset? How do we get into mainstreaming the skills around it? And Christopher said already, well, if Europe has an issue with it, what about developing countries? How do we get into partnerships jointly like this? And how do we make sure that we don't look into risk avoidance only, but we see the opportunities also for a different business model? And let's take, again, our own consumption behavior. I mean, it's part of the whole game. Usually business would say we would if the consumers would, or if governments would procure differently. And there we are. Governments procure 4% according to sustainability criteria. Consumers consume also still too little according to sustainability criteria. Again, it's also there an educational and mindset issue. And how do we manage to get more radical? How do we manage to lease a jeans instead of buying one jeans? And what is the business model behind it? And how can you bring digitalization to it as well? Because a leasing business model will be much more digital than a classical purchasing digital business model. So I think that, again, shows the challenges we have, but it also, you can see it the other side of the glass, the more positive side. It's all opportunities. It's new business model. It's new innovation. So how can we see the SDGs as an innovation framework and not a ticking the box reporting framework? And there we are. That's the challenges I think we have to build skills into to get into the next stage of transformation.
Thank you for linking already to the next point of the conversation. You said reporting. You also said that there is a lack of sustainability knowledge and understanding, which I think is absolutely true. Sometimes even like sustainability experts, within organizations are somehow repurposed, like from different backgrounds, but had to exactly keep up, with the new considerations that we have to integrate into the work and operations that we all do. And while there is no deny in the fact that there is questioning over international trade and globalization as well, however, while all this happens, we also know that we are part of an interconnected world. We are part of global value chains, and more we are requested to have better management and integration of sustainability considerations. So today is the first technical meeting of an important file that is being discussed at now a trialogue level on the due diligence. This is a very important document and piece of legislation for all the companies, not only present in the EU, but internationally. It's the first time that due diligence will be made mandatory for all companies to comply with. And with Paula, we have had our exchanges in the past, peer-to-peer. So I would really like you to comment on that and also, mention what are the key challenges for economic actors, in making sure they can comply with the new requirements, and also what are some of the bottlenecks of the proposal as it stands today.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think that a lot of it has already been covered, so I'm going to reuse some of the great points that have been used. I'm also a glass half full person. And the first thing to say about the or the value chain due diligence legislation that was announced by Didier Reinders now 3 years ago already was that it was met by, and I have not met a stakeholder who is against this. And I have worked for multinational companies, and I've worked for a company headquartered in Korea, and engaging with all our colleagues across the globe. So nobody has been negative about this. And in fact, much of this work is already being done because we have frameworks by the UN guiding principles, the OECD. So we're already working to an international standard. And of course, the biggest challenge is the implementation of those standards and getting that through down to the value chain, to your partners, the investment that's needed, the training that's needed with your supply chain partners, and building that partnership. And I think that's one thing of working, especially with Asian companies, and something that we can learn from a lot. And that was a nice surprise when I arrived in an Asian headquartered company, was that there is that real collaboration in the value chain that already exists. If you need your supplier as much as they need you, and you have to invest in them, you have to train them. You have to say, okay, here are my requirements, or here are the requirements of even, you know, we're not mandatory, but these are the requirements of and expectations of the globe for our markets, for our customers. So we have been implementing that for a long time. So I think that's the first thing that we really need to see is alignment with the global, what is already existing. What already exists is already great. It's just a question of implementation. It's a question of training, investment, and again, the global aspect remains. We are not one country or one region. We are in a one planet. The climate doesn't stop at the border. Environmental degradation doesn't decide not to flow down the river to your neighboring regions and countries. The people, I would like to say, we are all one people in this world. So we are one big community in that sense. So we can't just push down these requirements and difficulties and challenges. So that's the main thing, I think. The other thing that is, and Christoph mentioned this, we need certainty. We need the standards to be clear, because then we get on with the work. If that is not clear, and we have multiple, and that was one of the things that I think this legislation was meant to address, was that we have one set of standards and criteria, and not 27. Or, we also have our friends in the UK, we have our friends in Norway, the US, Canada, Australia, etc., and rightly so, but we need one set of clear criteria so that the work is ongoing. We'll just get on with improving the value chain. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, technology is helping us every day to increase the transparency, to increase our knowledge, our skills, and that's really, really important. So I think those are the two things: the harmonization and alignment with what is already happening in the supply chain.
And do you think we have the skills to comply? Do you think that companies, but not only companies, also, like in the auditing sector, all the third verification parties, because we're talking about pieces of legislations, we're talking about, actions we have to take, but are people that will be able to implement and do all of that?
I think that's a real risk in terms of just pushing it down and putting it in nice boxes and ticking the boxes. And I mentioned that specifically also in my opening remarks. We see that already, and I have seen that in my work in Samsung, that quickly customers start asking for data. They send you questionnaires, etc. But there's no real vision of what they want to know in terms of how they will use that data, what that data means. Halfway often through conversations with customers, you say, hold on a second, let me go back to the basics of what supply chain due diligence is. This law does not make a new system of supply chain due diligence. It already exists. We already work on it. It's a question of continuous improvement, of identifying the risk, mitigating the risk, preventing the risk from happening. But this all takes time, and it takes a lot of work, complex, sensitive, sensible work with people in supply chains. And the workers of your suppliers are the key stakeholder. Your own employees, to understand why they need to make sure that safety is the #1 concern in the plant. To understand that they can't just hire someone for the day and without a contract, or take them without their papers, or go through a recruitment agency, have no visibility of how this person is getting paid and being treated. They have to take this into consideration. But these kind of things take a lot of training. a lot of time and investment and a lot of skills that we have to invest in. That there will be no sustainable value chain until we really push that down. And many companies are still doing it. They are also dependent on, aside from this like big business and big, you know, I have worked, you work for big multinational companies, and they can sometimes, you know, look, they're in the top 10, top 20 companies of the world in size, but they also depend on a huge number of SMEs. And looking at the latest report on, let's say on goal 9, which is build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization and foster innovation, given that we have 6.5 years to get that by 2030, I think we are quite behind. We are still only discussing the frameworks, but when we already have the frameworks. So that's, I think, you know, develop quality, reliable, sustainable and resilient infrastructure, and then you see in the report of 2022, only 1 in 3 SMEs have the investment that they need. That's globally, that's not just in Africa, because in Africa it's even more. They don't have the access to the networks and broadband that we have, especially in rural areas, and we depend on them for making our phones. We depend on them for our chocolate. We depend on them for many, many products that we need and love and want to continue having.
I asked the same question to all of you. I would maybe start with Sevim again, but also looking, I mean, the Commission, do you guys make those kind of impact assessment also to see if the skills are available, you know, before proposing all the different legislative solutions and proposals that you put out there?
No, for sure. That's a big component, definitely. And every time there are new changes being implemented, I mean, that inevitably asks for new types of expertise coming together. On the one that you were talking about, Paula, earlier on supply chains and gathering the data, I mean, this is going twofold, right? Like making supply chains more sustainable, but also more productive and saving costs and making the productions faster, etc. I heard about this company recently. A friend of mine was applying for it. He has a data set, and that's also the narrative that I want to draw here. That is doing that measurement and data processing, etc., for companies. And because they do that for a lot of companies and for a lot of plants, they really have the expertise of figuring out like how, which sensors to use, how to process the data, and use AI to process and provide you, the company, with the best information. I got to know it because a friend of mine told me that he's applying for this job. He is a data scientist, and I was just thinking of the process of a young professional applying for jobs, because I wouldn't go to, I don't know, I'm going to look for data scientist jobs, right, in data science companies. So the expertise gets like clustered, let me say, in companies like these, which essentially provide services to big companies like that. So that's just a thinking going behind. But obviously, I want to mention as well that this year is the year of skills, and the EU is putting a lot of attention, is it in its programs, initiatives, and in any type of event or initiative that they're doing on skills in particular. I was at a heat pump conference recently, one of my most favorite conferences, I have to say. It was no policy people present at all. It was only, it was an exposition in Frankfurt, and only blue-collar people walking around. For me, it was a pleasure because I was seeing all these technologies and new things, and I was like, oh, what is this? What is this? And they were explaining it to me. But there is one particular thing that I realized, and that was the familiarity between the installers in the end of these heat pumps and the companies who are providing the heat pumps. Because, I was so surprised to see like this love even. It was really like a family type of environment. And one thing that I did in particular was walk through all the stands, and I asked them, what was the question that you received the most often today? And they were like, what kind of question is this? But for me, it was like trying to figure out what the skilled workers, the blue-collar workers, were having challenges with. What were the things that they were wondering about? And that was extremely useful input that I forwarded to my colleagues. But seeing that type of change happening in a gas boiler industry, it's very, very traditional, trying to shift towards heat pumps was for me a really, really good sign that change is happening. Also considering that the Green Deal has been placed now for, let's say, 4 years, and the things that have been happening in that time span, new skills, new jobs, that we talk about sustainability on a day-to-day basis now is just a really, really big step in a very short time frame. I think we also need to realize that. And let's see, I mean, I can't wait what's going to happen in the next 10 years. But from that perspective, especially looking at the young professional sphere, it's, for majority of them, it's just, I mean, you don't need to be passionate about sustainability per se. I believe you can say climate change without saying climate change. And I think we're getting there. And by getting these data scientists to improve supply chains, I think there we're really saying climate change without saying climate change, because they're really, really helping directly, but they don't know it, to improve the path forward.
Just to, yeah, that's really the point in terms of thinking new without even considering the old. So we already, you know, we were talking about it earlier with our kids, and our kids will bring us new knowledge and new ways of doing things. They won't even talk about climate change. Let's hope that they won't do that. And it's really important that with from the data platforms and the data scientists, and I think we have a lot of discussion around data, and there is a lot of data, and we have to with the glass half full attitude of not fear of sharing the data, but that the data is readable, understandable. And I also have a lot of friends moving, you know, who worked with me over the years, are moving to work to help the data scientists to make the data readable. How will a company use that? How will a supplier input the data and see the picture and say, okay, this is identifying a risk. That means I need to go and work on that risk. That doesn't mean I cover up that risk, hide that risk, and be afraid to share that risk because I'm going for the fear of losing your customer and losing your market. And potentially with your business. So this is the real thing that we have to overcome in value change, is being able to share without fear.
And just quickly, and you said it earlier just perfectly, the premise for all of this is harmonization and proper standards. Let's make life not difficult.
Everything is clear.
Yeah.
Totally.
Christoph and Michael, some concluding remarks also on the point of skills, please. Especially, I think, you know, like I would like to ask you, Christoph, specifically, the fear of losing jobs, you know, rather than skills development, especially from the perspective of the developing world.
No, for sure, this transition can bring fears. But at the same time, I would say that on the positive side, I would say that we also have all the tools, the knowledge, and the technologies. And I would like to say that beyond, for the European Union particularly, beyond being the biggest market of the world and being an actor in the legislation, but they're also the biggest donor of development assistance in the world, with more than 60%. And I'm also happy to share with you that we have a very strong partnership between UNIDO, with our 170 member states, and the European Union. And we have put recently some priorities in our work, which is circular economy and sustainable energy. And we're already working in almost all continents, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, in Eastern Europe, to promote the circular economy, and also the environmental standards or climate standards. So, and I can tell you that at the level of the private sector, it's quite obvious. Engineers, they know what to do to avoid CO2 emissions, to avoid pollution, to recycle waste. It's a technical problem, but if you don't put the right framework, if you don't invest, this doesn't happen. So I'm happy that the EU invests in this, and we're trying to promote this all over the world. Second is creating jobs. And of course, in developing countries, they need those technologies, they need those new knowledge, and we try to push really the collaboration. For example, we will have end of the month, and that's also a call for Business Europe, because it's not only about grants and technical cooperation. It's how to bring more European investment, green techs outside in the world, opening markets. And at the end of the month, we'll have a big conference with all Latin American and Caribbean countries in Colombia, Cartagena. The place is also nice. And we will discuss about eco-industrial parks, which means that these are like places where we try to do clean production. Eco, it's not from economy, it's from ecology. How can we do production, industrial production, with the ecological principles? So have the measurement of the environmental performance, avoiding waste, avoiding all the emissions possible, at least limit at the maximum. As I said, engineers know to do that. Europe has a lot of knowledge into this, so we call European Union and also Business Europe to come and join you, and that could even become that EU-LAC event in preparation of the Spanish presidency. So that's a call that I do in between. The third part of our priorities that we have with the European Union is the digitalization. And we know, I mentioned a report that we have done on industrialization and in the digital age. You can Google it and you can find it for free. And we've seen that there are top economies and the laggards. I've said that already. But when you have those industrial regroupments, etc., they have more access. That the countries with more industry, they have more access to digital, because it goes first, the complex system, etc., they go first for the company, and then they spread over to the society. So we can work very much together. And also, we discussed this morning about the nexus, that we all work like in silos, and the people working digital, they don't work with agro-industry, they don't work with the wood industry, they don't work with the other sectors, manufacturing, automotive sector. Maybe automotive sector, this is highly automated. But we can, as UNIDO, really help it to be an integrator and to really work on the nexus. Because when we do those programs financed by the EU, we put everything in them, compliance to norms and standards, etc. But we bring also the digital part, we bring the environmental part, we bring all those other parts, so we can work through this program as integrators. And the last point of our priorities is about skills. So I don't need to expand, but skills are very much needed. I was, as I said, in Senegal 5 years, and there was a digital forum every year with the president of the president. He would stay the whole day. And I remember there are many young people, very talented, as you said. It's very refreshing. There are millions of young people waiting for this support. You know, you have young people, they invented technologies that they would connect with a phone, the agriculture, to his field, and that working at drop by drop, you know, water in a place where you need water, you need to spare water. And the people would spare a lot of water, and they have the control because they can decide when they put the water, connecting, you know, people still producing local cereals, but those making the bread, they were not aware, so they import a lot of flour from abroad, while you have a local production. But they didn't know each other. But this system, they put the transparency. So then they could connect with those industry, the bread or artisans producing the bread, and they could include local traditional cereals into the production. So I could multiply because there were many, but those two had a national award. So many young people, they want to embark in in this direction of climate action, environment, and digital. We need to embark them. They are ready. It's just now to put our energy into digital and clean, sustainable investments.
So the bells are calling us for lunch break, it seems. So I'll ask Michael for his final positive points on skills development. Please, Michael.
Yeah, maybe I just started with my own skills and my own education because engineers were mentioned quite often. I'm actually trained as an engineer, and looking back on what I was not trained on was actually on sustainability issues. I wasn't trained at this time on SDGs. I wasn't trained necessarily on digitalization. And that's probably the agenda ahead to even create from the European Commission with partner together, as we just heard, also with the United Nations, an educational framework. What needs to be part? What are the core characteristics of education in the future? How do we make sure we run the SDG agenda into the education? How do we make sure that we run sustainability? How do we make an engineer also, as just an example, make sure that he sees the collaboration opportunities along the value chain and is not focusing maybe on the technology itself, but rather ask what is the purpose in society to create this new piece of technology. And I think there are lots of opportunity for the Commission just to agree on a framework, come up with a common language, because sustainability in education has very, very different mindsets behind. Maybe helping with the Green Deal, also to create the Green Deal on education and see how to embed this. And then also to create resources. I mean, there are plenty of different programs the Commission has, Horizon Europe or Erasmus+. But if you look, still sometimes not necessarily Horizon, but Erasmus might be more in silos. Silos meaning, well, there's a program on capacity building on climate, there's a program capacity building on circularity, and one on biodiversity. And again, it's cross-functional. We need to see that circularity contributes to climate change and the same to biodiversity. So I guess there are some opportunities ahead for the Commission to tap into it. And of course, we can just support as stakeholders. And again, see how do we get this mainstreaming in business from maybe 5% knowing about it on the purpose agenda, on the societal aspect, to 100%. And how can we use also internal educational system within business to collaborate? And that's probably the pact which the Commission is also aiming for, and there probably we can all support.
And let's tap into international talent to build our own skills here in Europe as well, I dare to say. So I don't know if there are any questions from the audience that would like to address our speakers. Otherwise, I'll give you the time to regroup and think about all we have discussed and enjoy the lunch break.
Thank you.
So if you think about a telecommunications company, 80% of the scope 3 emissions of the company come from the supply chain side. So how are you going really? And companies saying, they like to say very much, I'm sustainable. They talk about their scope 1 and scope 2. The scope 3, they leave it behind. So the challenge for Alessandro Gropelli from ETNO, the Deputy Director of ETNO, who will be moderating this session in the afternoon, it will be really to tease the different speakers and try to understand how are we going to address this challenge. So Alessandro, handing over to you, also to invite the other panel members.
Thanks so much, Luis. Good afternoon, everybody. We feel, with the speakers, very guilty that we stole you from outside. It's a beautiful day in Brussels for those that are following us online. As Luis was saying, exciting topic today at the intersection between some of the biggest challenges like climate change and geopolitical challenges. Let me call on stage our speakers who are representing some of the most important organizations in these games. I will start from Hui Cao, who is working for Huawei in Europe. Please join us. We have Diane Mievis, who is also working for a very important company, Cisco. And finally, I would like to invite on stage Antoine Larpin from VMware. And joining us online, so that we test a bit this remote and digital society, we have a colleague from the European Commission, Georg Huben from DG Energy. So welcome everybody to our guests, welcome to our speakers and those in person and those online. As we said, the title is ambitious and the question is ambitious. Are industrial value chains ready for climate actions? I had a bit of an exchange with our speakers in the past days, so I would like to start a bit from hearing from them how they understand this question and give us their top messages before we get into the debate. I'll start from my left, so Hui, over to you.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor to be here today to discuss the value chain ready for our climate change. So that's the most important topic, not only for this year, not only for the couple of years, but eventually it's the mission for our whole society. So the climate change has become a formidable roadblock for long-term development and could affect the companies beyond the national border. So now more than ever, we need to reaccess, our relationship with the nature and also move forward faster towards the value chain approach with the mentality, the mindset of life cycle thinking and also open collaboration. So while we believe that technology can help make a planet a better place, and also I believe we all have the same ambition and also willingness. So together with our customers and partners, we use innovative technologies to reduce carbon emission of ICT industries and also our suppliers, contributing to a circular economy and also expand carbon handprint. So the enabling efforts of the ICT industries to the vertical sectors. So sustainable value chain cannot be achieved without a life cycle mindset. So we have been working for a long period, for the past decades, to embed the circular economy in the business model. Because without a proper integration of the circular economy into every company's business model, it will be a really difficult challenge to further support the fighting of climate change. So because by setting the circular economy into the business model, it's about to create a closed loop value chain, not only on the regional basis, but also on the global scale. So ICT sector has a huge recycling potential. We talk about e-waste very often. So our goal is to recover as much of the value of the scrapped item as possible. So that ranging from the network products to any components we are using today. So we have put in place a global management system for returned materials. It's not only one side flow towards the end user, the customer, also a return material management system based on the global scale. So incorporating the collecting, storage, disassembly, testing, repair, and also disposal of the waste. So that makes every scrapped item is categorized by life cycle phase and quality. So the usable material that meet certain criteria are first allocated to our internal reuse channel for remanufacturing, R&D parts, etc. So if there's no internal demands for those materials, then we should resell these items to have them disassembled and also recycled by certified recycling services providers. So in this way, a scrapped item becomes circular again. So this is how we recover the value of products as much as possible. So by the end of 2021, the reuse rate of the Huawei's returned products was more than 90%, 91%. And also we see only less than 1% of the e-waste eventually went to the landfills. So that makes every company to make efforts towards that approach to fulfill the unleashed, the enabling power of ICT sector for the whole value chain. So we transform the operation of traditional industries with digital solutions, combining all the cutting-edge technologies we are using today. So we believe the climate action requires concerted efforts. We hope to continue such kind of effort, also exchanging the best practices in sustainability management, also explore opportunities for better prepare for climate change. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Hui, and I think it already brings us a bit into the conversation of how the high-level political goals and strategic goals then are very concrete. You need to make things happen, and I would be interested in seeing a bit from you, Diane, how Cisco is looking at this.
Thank you so much, Alessandro, and hi, everyone. It was also really good to hear from you about, your different take-back programs. We also have similar things in place, and we believe that it's very, very critical to address basically our different scope of emission. So Cisco, as a vendor of infrastructure and networking equipment, when we hear from customers, one of the most pressing issues that they keep talking about is really about how to address this new sustainability requirements that come, of course, from government. How to reduce energy consumption. We had the energy crisis last year, and it's still not over, right? It's also to increase the quality of service, and of course, here our solutions can play a role, and them to help them drive costs down. And this is why having a responsible and efficient supply chain really do matter. So making the world a better place with our technology also begin with how our technologies are made. This is a really critical point. We see the opportunity, but we have also a responsibility in leveraging our global business, our operations, and of course our footprint to create a positive impact. As we said, Cisco operating sustainably and equitably is the only way to do business today and tomorrow. But if we really want to operate sustainably, we have to take into account several parameters. We came last year with very ambitious pledge with net zero goals by 2040. Today, our net zero, our scope 1 and scope 2 account for only 1% of our emissions. But when we look at scope 3, what is really critical for us is to address 72% of our emissions that comes from the use of our sold goods or sold products. And then the second thing, and this is 25% of our emissions, is actually the supply chain. So how can we make sure that we empower also our suppliers to also reduce their own GHG emissions and also to basically go also on a net zero journey? And then here also tracking the data. We will talk, I think, a lot about data, how to make sure that we have these relevant data for keeping up with our net zero goals and also being ready for reporting. Soon we will have the CSRD. We will have to report on CSRD whenever we will have the environmental sustainability reporting standards ready. For example, we'll have to report by 2026 for Cisco. Taxonomy is very important, right? We really want to show that we have sustainable activities. Carbon embedded emissions with CBAM reports, we will have to start next year already. Digital product passport is also coming. So data is really, really critical for us to make sure that we understand a little bit what is happening also with our supply chain. So coming back to the different parameters, one of the things, of course, that we have to take into account when looking at supply chain is the risk and the cost that also come from geopolitical risk. So we all have been hit very strongly by the pandemic, by the semiconductor shortage, the war with Russia, the tensions, of course, between the US and China, and climate change continue to provoke many disasters around the world. So here, we have, governments have also a role in terms of coming up with good industrial policies. For example, we really welcome policies like the Net Zero Industry Act, like the European Chips Act, the Critical Raw Material Acts, and so on, that we do believe will help incentivize really companies to do the right investment. But then next to that, we still need to have global standards. I think we will also go back to that later during the discussion. One thing I would like also to finish for my introductory remark is that, and linked to also a very important vote that we had last week at the European Parliament for the mandate on the supply chain due diligence, is also making sure that we have that we put human rights and worker rights at the heart of the supply chain. Responsible business conduct and governance really do matter. I'll stop for now.
Thanks a lot, Diane. And I would like to continue this first conversation, first of all, by highlighting how Diane already brought in the geopolitical question that is a bit lying behind the title, but also you kind of picked up again on the cost aspect and how there are also financial drivers for this. You can reduce operating expenditure if you are better at lowering the carbon footprint of your value chain. But to complete a bit from another company that is a global power in technology, Antoine, how do you look at this question?
Thank you, Alessandro. Look, I guess I'm going to make 3 points and stress 3 points, I guess, to answer this question. The first one is the shift from sustainability by accident to sustainability by design. And then I'd like to come back to the changes that we see in supply chain and with respect to sustainability. What changes do we see, especially in purchases of IT solutions? And I'll conclude with the third point about the challenges, which will probably build also on what Diane was saying. So under my first point about sustainability by accident, I've been reflecting this week because, like probably half of the room, I came to Brussels for 6 months, and here I am, 17 years later, and today is the anniversary of these 17 years. So I've been thinking about that. Congratulations to all of you for holding on as well. I'm not alone. But one of the first fascinating projects I was working on as a consultant was to get Michael Dell, the founder and CEO of Dell, in town in Brussels. And we organized for him a round table, partnering with Jay-Z already. So thank you, Jay-Z, for having me. You're the leaders. And the theme was about green IT. And what was striking there is actually was, at the time, the mindset about IT was all about performance. And sustainability was nice to have on top. And an example Michael Dell gave was this little piece of software that Dell introduced, which was actually turned on their laptops in a standby mode for real. At the time, standby was just software turning your screen into black, meaning same consumption, energy consumption, same IT performance. There was no consideration for sustainability. So by accident, this piece of software also became actually, or Mate was making green IT, or IT greener. And I guess that's perhaps how VMware was also built when Stanford University researchers spinned off their lab and created VMware to create virtualization technology. The idea there was driven by making servers more performant, to allow several applications to run on the same server, to allow servers to run at a 95% efficiency rate as opposed to the 12 or 15% rate you would find at the time on the market. A nice consequence of that was, of course, sustainability, much more energy and carbon efficient. But that was probably a side by accident effect, when now what we see, if you fast forward 17 years, and that's why we're optimistic as well, is a change of mindset, changing mindset, with stakeholders realizing the need to be more sustainable and across their supply chain and value chain. So what we see, actually, how does that translate into this in terms of changes? We see, first of all, we see these IT supply issues of organizations shifting from just-in-time to just-in-case. And that is a challenge. Maybe we'll come back to that. 74% of organizations are actually adopting this new approach when it comes to their supply chains. The second thing we see is, and I'm just building on Diana's points actually about disruptions, supply chain disruptions, we see actually the use of commodity hardware overcoming the supply chain issues. And this is where actually we see companies, organizations not being able to wait for 6 months or so for the next piece of sophisticated hardware to be available, but actually picking up commodity hardware and using software-defined solutions to deliver the same results at these more sophisticated pieces of hardware that they've been expecting or can't wait to receive in time. So this focus on software-defined and enabled will continue, we believe, not only this year, but also beyond. And the third change that we see is the shift, the acceleration, the accelerated shift to the cloud. Something maybe with VMware I can come back to as well, and we've got some examples about that, how organizations are shifting from on-premise to the cloud as a result of these supply chain disruptions. So the challenges, and I will conclude on this just to be also mindful of the time, the challenge that we see is, back to my first point, the change of mindset. This is a must-need. Supply chains have been always run under consideration of cost efficiencies. We must build sustainability considerations by design. Second point, was mentioned already earlier, is the importance of data and measurement and incentives you can develop on these. RFPs, leaving a stronger place on sustainability, and so on, and I can elaborate later as well. And finally, the final point is the final challenge is we're here sitting in this beautiful venue in Europe, but we know Europe is at the forefront of all these questions. We need to think, we need a global approach, global cooperation on these matters.
Thanks a lot, Antoine, and I think it builds. So you see that we started by discussing how this is about concrete plans. So what do you do? We built also on that by reflecting on how doing these things as financial drivers behind that are very relevant. And Antoine brought in more detail with respect to the other speakers, the technology behind and how technology and the use of technology and the evolution of technology can provide some of the problems, but also many of the responses. I would like to bring in now a different perspective. We heard from global companies until now, but I would like to bring in the European Commission, DG Energy, which is one of the DGs, as you know, that is driving really the agenda on this important topic. And I know, Georg, that you approach the issue from a slightly different angle, both in terms of being an institution, of course, but also in terms of the type of companies you look at. And you also wonder a bit, how do we bring in the small guys? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro, and welcome everyone, and also welcome to my fellow speakers. I'm Georg Huben from DG Energy. I'm dealing with essentially local level initiatives, and one of them is the the Covenant of Companies. And I'm in a way representing the other side of the spectrum, if you want. So actually the very end of the value chains and the supply chains of bigger companies as we have them in this panel. So what does the Covenant of Companies do? It concentrates actually on the SMEs, so rightly spotted, Alessandro. And as far as aggregation is concerned, or if you want co-location, we are looking only for this very moment, since it's a 2-year pilot, into co-location of companies. That is, companies being very like in the same location, the same building, or next to each other in an industrial park or something like that. But other than that, we are very much looking into engaging with SMEs in their very journey to climate neutrality. And we do that with 2 separate pillars. One is the pledging and recognition scheme, which is have launched recently. And the other important pillar is providing advisory services and technical assistance to these companies. We have now a second call open, which started in May 2023, and we hope to gather a number of companies from across Europe and help them in engaging on this very journey. And if I may, also as a comment to what has already been said, it is of course also important to look at the sort of immediate emissions, so not only the product-related ones. It is very important that we also look at the actual energy footprint. And another thing which I would want to react immediately to is the financial perspective, of course. What we learned in the very beginning as an immediate feedback from SMEs is that SMEs are very, very much driven by profit, because that is for them making the living, or their living, the living of their employees. And in the case of micro companies or micro enterprises, it is sometimes just 1 or 2 people running the business. So they ask the question, what is in it for me when I go for the clean energy transition, for making my business more lean and green? So, and of course, that's a fair question. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to supply chain, the Covenant of Companies, since it's a 2-year pilot, is not necessarily looking into that now, because he found for a 2-year pilot, that might be too cumbersome actually to cover the whole aspect of supply chain decarbonization, since it's very complex. And I heard that also from the interventions of my fellow panelists, that supply chain is, of course, very impactful if it works well, but it's also very complex. So, I'm, if you want, presenting the other end of the spectrum, and would stop here. And I'm very happy to provide any more insight or comment from that end of the spectrum. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for this, because it completes a bit, if you want, the image, because that value chain is composed also by many small and medium enterprises, especially in Europe, where the industrial fabric is made in some countries, mostly by small companies that your companies work with. Now, going into the debate, we have around 45 minutes. I would like to use around 25 of those for the moderated conversation, and then take some questions from the audience. And I would like to take it a bit from the title, that is industrial value chains are ready for climate action, and be a bit provocative here. You mentioned it already at the beginning with your initial interventions. There is a tension between two macro political objectives here. One is the one of fighting climate change, and urgently, and doing it in the next years, really. And this is a global challenge by nature. On the other hand, there are geopolitical challenges. We saw how at the World Economic Forum this year, the headline was around the deglobalization. So we are regionalizing maybe a little bit compared to the past, which means that for legitimate reasons, there is an increasing regionalization of certain policies. So I would like to ask to you, because you work with global companies, how do you see this tension between the tendency towards regionalizing and the need of maintaining a level of collaboration? Maybe I would start from this, going the other way around, and see if Antoine would like to comment a bit.
I guess I alluded to this in some respect when I mentioned the fluidity, the solutions that I found by different organizations. So I think organizations adapt to these challenges. I think there is a realization of the challenges, the risks. I mentioned 74% increase between 2021 and 2022 in terms of supply chain disruptions as measured by SAP, that is in the IT domain. So I was pointing to some changes that we see, which is reactions, market reactions, if you want, organizations' reactions, which desperately needs the flow of hardware and software to continue, and that are looking and picking up some solutions. So I think an answer to how organizations are reacting, an element of that is they're reacting because they must do, so they're very practical. So there is an element of that. But the second aspect, and I try to be subtle about that when I talked about being sustainable by design, and it is a point about it's difficult to say. It's to actually align this costs and benefits. And I think our fellow colleagues said it very well. The financial aspect is really a key one. A key driver clearly that we see is the increasing cost of energy. That is really putting so much pressure on efficiencies that as a result, actually sustainable issues become business issues. You must be more energy efficient, whatever you do, wherever you are in this ecosystem. So that's also something very practical, I would say, and I see some people nodding. We've got to be very practical.
Thank you. Diane, how do you see this challenge? Will we even have global value chains in 10 years?
That's a very good question. So from our Cisco perspective, so for example, when we had the pandemic and also the war, we had to completely also rethink our value chain. And this is really like a constant progress, like making sure that, we really have the best value chain to also serve our customers in the best way. There's always this tension, as you were just saying, between indeed being operationally efficient and then also respond, to one of the most important challenges of this time. So how can we make sure that our value chains are much more sustainable? And so here, coming back to what Antoine was also saying in this introductory remark, it's also about the use of technology. For example, we also have a take-back program. So whenever you don't use Cisco's technology anymore, please send it back. We have an app. We always want to get it back so we can also remanufacture those, and it's very important for us to make sure that we basically have the circular business model and help also our customers, on that way. But one of the things that I wanted to mention is that, for example, whenever you have an issue with one of our products, we will know directly because we have a digital twin in place. So we have to make sure that in the next 2 hours, we will send a spare part or a new product to one of our customers, because 2 hours for them is a loss of revenues. So we have to make sure that we have that. And then everything around artificial intelligence, we will have quantum computing very soon. This will also help in terms of the value chains. So here we have a few responses, obviously, that we can look at. Then another thing that I would like to highlight is everything around strategic partnerships. So for example, in Europe last year, we decided to open a new chips design center in Barcelona. That was a very important decision for us. And we decided to do that for several reasons. First, very strong partnership, obviously, with the Spanish government, with Europe. We were really feeling that, the strong ecosystem that they had, the access to talent was really something strategic for us. So we decided to open it. Last week, for example, we had another announcement in India, where we also opened a new manufacturing plant. And so for us, it's all about looking at different aspects. What will make the difference when we invest somewhere? And so it's not so much about global and regional for us, but more about strategically, what makes the most sense. And then I would like just to also highlight last week, a very important milestone at the EU-US Trade and Technology Council. So this new trade sustainable initiative between the EU and the US is really something we have to welcome. So when we think about not only facilitating the trade of everything that is manufactured, repair, and so on, and then also having some sort of best practices for green public procurements, also having same methodologies for carbon embedded emissions, this is something that will make also a difference, for the transatlantic cooperation.
Thanks a lot, Diana, also for bringing in the transatlantic aspect and the concrete example of how you tackle these things. Would you like a bit to comment on that and also tell us how you see these dynamics, also very much in practice? So do you feel that Huawei keeps on sitting at all the relevant tables when it comes to sustainability and to climate change?
Yes. So value chain, because when we talk about value chain, normally we have actually the full word is global value chain. That's how we understand the value chain for past many years. And also the key reason is the value chain is driven by the best efficiency, not only in terms of the economic reason, but also sustainability reason. So that means if we want to have a successful value chain for the long run, in that way, the global collaboration will be fundamentally important, because only we are able to achieve the best efficiency based on the global scale. Then we are able to promote and also facilitate the adoption of the value chain, support the climate change. It's the same thing like when we talk about climate change, we are not saying, okay, we only work in the country level, regional level. We all understand it clearly. It's global level. Only working together, we're able to solve the challenge that eventually everyone of us we're going to face. It's the similar principles, I will say, for the value chain point of view. If we want the best effort of the value chain, it has to be eventually global level. But again, it could start from the regional level, because from the supply point of view, from the value point of view, then it also depends on the market, the target market, because SMEs may target only a small market of start from maybe individual member states. Maybe some companies, like we are already targeting the global market. But this kind of value chain concept are able to share the best practices. Because particularly in the digital sector, when we are working towards the gigabit society for the 2030. Actually, when we review the past 3 decades, the technology behind the broadband connectivity is about how to improve the energy efficiency for each generation of the broadband technology, from the early days, ADSL, VDSL, down to the fiber-based, because a very simple reason is every generation of technology requires at least 100 times higher, throughput. But obviously, in our reality, we don't want 100 times higher energy consumption. So the consequence is, we want to also, at the same time, achieve 100 times of energy efficiency, at least. So this drives, the collaboration on the global level. We need to have the global value chain to contribute to that. And also, so that means eventually we need to have the global agreement, understanding what we want to achieve when we talk about value chain. What kind of key parameters, the key performances, and also the standard, based on the global level. So based on that, not only companies like us, we're sharing the experience, but more importantly, for SMEs, they're able to be part of the, the value chain system, able to grow. So that's the reason when we work, I think it's the same principle. We not only work with our big suppliers, we work with many, many smaller, suppliers, which are located in Europe, in Asia, globally level. So this is the way I will say the globalization, the global value chain still become the key driver if we want to target the best efficiency and also promote the best effort when we talk about fighting the climate change.
Thanks a lot. And before we dive a bit into Scope 2, Scope 3, Scope 4, and how it relates to the supply chain, I think it's very interesting what came up from this round of responses, because it's clear to me that we might then use different technologies, different companies, but there needs to be shared ambition, shared standards, which are global. And we see it even when there is the G20, the G10. I mean, it's a global conversation when it comes to climate change. Even then, you might have regional solutions. But before we go to the Scope 2, Scope 3 discussion, I would like to bring in Georg and ask you, you work a lot with SMEs. Do you have the feeling that they are aware of being part of these global supply chains? Are they worried about the global dynamics? And what are their biggest challenges when it comes to complying to the new green standards?
I was about, I'm happy that you asked me, because first of all, SMEs make up 98% of the companies in Europe. So it's quite a bit. And so it is absolutely important to sensibly and logically engage with these companies. So when making them part of a value or supply chain, it is a bit, of course, in the responsibility of the bigger companies to make them feel engaged and also offer ways of incentivizing them for being part of that supply chain. We have evidence that companies, when this is done in the right way, are indeed contributing to this sort of global idea, making them part of the big puzzle. So yes, I see a lot of opportunities in relation to value chain or supply chain measures. But since I'm coming from an urban background, if we do not manage to fully engage and embrace the small and mid-sized entities, I think we will fail to address climate change. Because it doesn't help if you follow a purely top-down approach. It is all about engaging with the ends of the respective branches. And so value chain management or supply chain management and active action, in my view, will only be successful supporting the global discussion, and I do not disagree with that, of course, if the global players manage to sensibly engage with their supply chain companies and making them part both of the narrative, of the values they share, and yeah, I guess that's a bit the key to it, no? So when we talk about all these standards and scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions, it all boils down to the low level sort of supply. And that is sort of a bit my pledge for bringing in more visibly this sort of SME and micro enterprise perspective, because again, they make up nearly 98% of all companies in Europe, at least. I don't know for the global figure, but I would guess that's sort of similar dimension. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Gary. Maybe, yeah, I was gonna ask you, how do you bring them in upstream and downstream? Do you have some examples, some idea, Antoine?
Just, Georg, building on this, you mentioned municipalities. I think it's the role of the public sector. Building in sustainability, in public tenders, in RFPs is a very, very strong means, very strong incentive to sensibilize the entire industry and beyond, actually, including SMEs, of course.
And then I would like to bring in Georg again, because there I'm curious, is it just a matter, or mainly a matter important, as we just said, on procurement, for example, of requirements, of compliance, ultimately, of contracts? Because when I represent big companies, our members are big telecom operators, and one of the typical tools to ensure compliance with sustainability, with the KPIs, is to write it into the contract. But when you go down to the SMEs, what is it a matter of skills? Is it a matter of funding? All of the above? So what are the enablers for bringing them on board?
I think it's a bit all of the above, I have to say. We had a very interesting recent meeting with a global player, the name of which I cannot reveal here because it's a matter of confidentiality in this case. But one of the outcomes was that this global player has also tried to enable a sensible and engaging narrative with its supply chain. And it turned out that switching from, or starting with an engaging or communication effort, and then at some point switching to a more, what can I say, commitment-driven approach to supply chain companies has revealed a good success. On top of that, the positive news is that most of the supply chain companies, which were sort of forced into being sustainable, today perceive this as a big opportunity. So they were actually switching from being sort of forced or requested into something to now voluntarily doing even more than that. So they are also speaking to their respective peers and passing the message that being lean and green is actually revealing more profit, a better revenue, and a better reputation in the market. So there is a path how things can grow top down and bottom up together. So it's not all black and white, of course. And yeah, so, and it's a matter of embracing all these different aspects you mentioned, Alessandro. So it's the standardization thing, it's the reputation bit, it's the profit bit, the revenue bit, and so on and so forth. It all belongs to an integrated, coherent narrative when it comes to climate adaptation and climate change and climate mitigation. And also what has been just said about municipalities. I just brought this in because this feeds a bit my background and my approach to or my sort of support to bottom-up approaches, because they work very well if, and only if, matched with a fitting top-down approach. So really making it work from both ends, I guess, is the key to successfully coping with climate change. And a good supply chain management is part of that, I fear.
Thanks so much for this, because it's reassuring that the bottom-up and the top-down tools work together and converge. Now I would like to get a bit into the discussion of scope 2, 3, and 4, which basically are about the supply chain. So maybe, Diane, we can take it from you and see a bit how you see the challenges and the opportunities of handling the different measurements for each scope and the actions that you do.
Absolutely. So first, I fully agree with what has just been said. So for us, it's also moving, from a risk and a compliance issue. So sustainability shouldn't be about compliance, but about, being a way to differentiate, a way to innovate, a way to really create an impact. And this is really what we see also with our large customers and partners network. And this is very important because obviously they constitute, a large part of our emissions. So when we look, for example, at scope 3, coming back to our 25% of our emissions that are constituted by our value chain, what we try to do with our suppliers is basically we have set a very clear commitment that they need to have a target for GHG reduction of emissions by 2025, so in 2 years' time. And what we want to do, and what we do already, is really to have those discussions with them, is really to empower them, to give them the right tools, to give them, the right skills to do that. Coming back to one of the key challenges, this is, data. Of course, this is really what will help us here to really change things. So it's about how do we make sure, for example, at Cisco, how do we collect those data internally and externally? How do we improve the data quality? How we put in place, the right governance and the controls? And of course, you have data, from the energy consumptions, from the renewable energy use, from manufacturing, supply chain, procurements, right? So there's a lot of things that we have to take into account, and then how we do after the calculations based on the different methodologies that are there. So what we are now doing, so we have set up a data foundation for sustainability internally. And so this is something that we will open also to our network of customers and partners to help them to really keep track, of their own emissions, to really make sure that they have the right methodologies in place. And then one last thing, so we have launched last year a program that is called Green Pay. And it is really also about how we can help others, so whether it is suppliers, customers, to also have a way to finance their sustainability IT strategy, because technology will be a very important enabler there.
Thanks a lot for bringing in the point of data, which, by the way, the organizer of this event, Jesse, knows is a very important aspect, because that's one of the main barriers when you try to understand what your business and its supply chain are actually doing. Is it going up? Is it going down? Do we have data that is good enough, that it's credible enough? I would like to see maybe if on this, either Antoine or Rui, if you have a view.
Yes, because for the scope 1 and 2, that's actually by naturally of the driven of the industry revolution, and also driven by the industry needs. So for the past decades, even without scope 1 and 2 companies, many companies are working hard, and the main aspect is how to improve energy efficiency, how to bring sustainability, not only for our individual business, but also supporting the business partners. This is kind of a joint effort. So, and also the scope 3 emission calculation allows us to better understand the emission along our value chain. So that covering not only purchased goods, also services, the energy-related activities, upstreaming, transportation, distribution, waste generation, in operation, etc., etc. So even include the business travel, employment, commuting. So it could be a very interesting, comprehensive approach for each individual companies to set up a solid target, not only for the long-term commitment, but also more importantly for the short-term deliverable tasks and also objective. So in this case, for example, we are working together, first of all, with the major suppliers of our company. So we have to make sure when we start from the top 100 suppliers, they all able to, not only us, but all of us need to set up to share the same tasks. They also need to develop their target when we talk about carbon emission. So this is the effort we benefit from the shared value chain. And then we're happy to see within the 2-3 years period, we have 97 within our top 100 already able to set up their plan, the concrete plan. And also by this, we are able to improve every year.
Thanks a lot, Louis, because this echoes a bit also the approach that the others brought up, which it's about setting targets, setting aspirations, and having your supply chain setting those targets and aspirations, and then measuring them. I don't know if you want maybe to...
Yeah, Alessandro, I'd like to bring in a short case study about data to maybe illustrate a little bit what we're talking about and the importance of data and measurements. Today in cloud computing, the world is all about the multi-cloud, which means the ability to move workloads, data if you will, from one IT infrastructure to another. And a lot of factors come in. So we can talk about sovereign cloud, which is about running, managing, securing these workloads in a very secure environment under the control and choice of our customers. But one of an increasing factor of the multi-cloud is actually, or the take-up of the multi-cloud is actually the ability to measure the environmental impact of placing a workload in a given IT environment, whether you keep it on your premise, in a private cloud operated by the same organization, or on a public cloud. And then you can add edge computing and so on. So one of the things we've been doing with Carrefour in France, the largest retailer in France and global player, is actually to help them to shift from their on-premise IT operations to the cloud. Working with some cloud providers, partners of VMware, we identified an opportunity for them to gain up to 36% of the energy efficiency of the entire IT infrastructure. And that's a significant gain. Would the board of Carrefour have decided to make this big step without the data? Maybe not. And this is why, again, data measurement is very important. We're investing heavily as VMware. We've developed our own solutions. It is called Green Score, which helps organizations to measure where they are in their sustainability journey. So we developed some criteria for this assessment. One of the criteria will not surprise you is the virtualization rate of their IT operations, but then more, hardware efficiency, and so on. But this is not enough. This is where collaboration is essential, because these measurement tools we're developing, the Green Score, require us to work across the entire supply chain. So initiatives like the European Green Digital Coalition, that Jay-Z is a key stakeholder of, is fundamentally important for organizations like ours to make a bigger impact based on our own experience and working with our peers to find these solutions and scale them up.
Thanks a lot, Antoine, because this is really a great example, very practical, also of what becomes possible in the moment in which you have fiber connectivity, 4G and 5G connectivity. Ethno, it's an SME itself, micro-enterprise. We have 12 employees, and I still remember when we had this little room with the servers inside and the air conditioning, because otherwise we would stop getting emails over the weekend if it got too hot. And now it's on the cloud, and now our energy bill is lower, and of course we are more efficient. But there I would like to bring in also And it's practical, and that's the beauty of it. It's really practical. I would like to bring in Georg again. We discussed scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, scope 4 in the future. So how much awareness is there in the SMEs community, and how do they see this?
I'm afraid I don't have a decent answer to that, but I can offer a thought. If we look at the very operations of a typical SME, be it a bakery or whatever, so not necessarily talking about tech companies, but companies which are, for some other reason, part of the supply chain. I would very much guess that they are not looking into considerations of scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Again, it all boils down to two things, I believe, as regards SMEs. One is revenue, so making for a living, making sure that the company is healthy and creates enough revenue to continue the business and to pay for the salaries of the employees. That's one thing. The other thing is reputation, I believe. So really positioning in a market where in some areas we have high competition, some others maybe not. So again, whether or not it's on scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and despite their importance, of course, despite this area of discussion, I would still believe that SMEs would possibly consider this more if there is an integrated, embracing, coherent, consistent narrative around supply chain management and how this is communicated with SMEs. So it brings us back to the very important role of both SMEs, of course, as sort of the leaves on the branches, if you want, and the very tree, the global companies, which make for a healthy sort of framework, including what we already discussed: standards, possibly policy, which is transferred to the SMEs or brought to their attention. And that would then also include possible considerations on scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. I know this is not exactly the answer you might have expected, but this is at least an honest presentation of my thoughts. Let's put it that way. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Gary. So it's question time, so I would ask people to start thinking of their questions. I can take one or two because of the timing, but your last point, Gary, was very good, and it echoed also what we heard from businesses. What's important here is that we continue to have shared targets and shared also understanding, for which we need the help of our politicians, because sometimes they seem to give us signals that they disagree on the fact that climate change is a problem and that CO2 reduction should be a shared objective. But that's my inappropriate side comment. We have one question here. Is there a second one? Voila. Good. So I would quickly ask you to just say who you are.
Angelos Mavridis from Wireless Broadband Alliance. Let's say, let's look to manufacturers, Samsung and Cisco. They have their own value chains. Everybody optimize, but they may have 3 common suppliers in between. How shall the suppliers optimize the value chains if the manufacturer requires something different?
Okay, thank you. I'll take already the other question, and then we respond in a bundle.
Irene Kitsara from IEEE Europe. So, Kao, you mentioned earlier the importance of circularity in the considerations, and one of the aspects of circularity is also the reject aspect. So if the consumers start more deciding, to keep longer their products. And I think we will be experiencing with the right to repair some longer periods where the consumers will have access to their product. How do you see that impacting the already complex system of supply chains, which are based on a different model? And the second aspect is you mentioned, we heard several times today, the mention of standards, the importance of international global standards. What would you see as a priority if you had like a top 3 or the most urgent issues that would need to be standardized? What would you choose?
Thanks a lot. Question or comment, Luis? Great. Then I'll take it, because otherwise I would have given you the closing. If we can pass to Luis, he's the CEO of Jesi, so Ubi Mayer will take the third question.
No, I have many tricky questions, but I'm asking a no tricky question right now. So we have, well, 2 suppliers clearly. I don't know if VMware is considered a supplier company. Probably yes as well. So how do you deal with different requirements coming in from your customers when it comes to managing scope 3 emissions in your supply chain? Because I can imagine that, having the Telefonicas, the Verizons, all those companies now that say, well, I'm reducing my scope 3 emissions, they're coming with the requirements to you, but they are doing it separately. So how do you cope with that? Because I can imagine that the requirements are different from company to company.
Great. Then let's do like this. We use it also as the closing round, a relationship between vendors and their suppliers, the standard issue, and the scope 3 with respect to your customers. Very quick, 45 seconds each. Antoine.
We're a software company. And yes, scope 3 is a challenge in everything you need to calculate, to combine, and how you engage with your suppliers. So we got to go in depth, in details, and it's a difficult journey. We've set ourselves some very strong targets by 2030 to have 50% of this reduction of scope 3 emissions. But yes, it's work in progress.
So targets and no complaints with the customers. And Diane?
So a few things. So first, what we do is we are a member of the Responsible Business Alliance, where we really try, together with other companies, to make sure that we can respond and also address any requirements that we want with suppliers. The more we are, the better, actually, because it gives us leverage. It gives us leverage in the supply chain. So this is really critical. Coming back to standards, so first green public procurements. Very, alignment on green public procurement, very important for us. Then alignment when it comes to standards, artificial intelligence, everything around, quantum technologies that will come soon. Of course, 6G, so making sure that we have the right standards there. The third thing, so coming back to how we actually have discussions with our customers, for example, when it comes to scope 3, definitely, a lot of pressure, but what we want to do is to enable them, to empower them as well, and to respect the commitments that we make. So this is why, we are putting several programs in place, like, of course, this Data Sustainability Foundation, having very scientifically proven milestone for net zero journey, and of course, having, regular conversations with these customers. So, of course, we want to dream big, but we still remain grounded in the science. That's really what is critical for Cisco.
Thanks so much, Diane. We need to close, but I want to hear from Huy.
Important thing is the standard, again, because maybe different stakeholders may have a slightly different requirement, but eventually it's about what kind of standard we want to follow. And also more importantly, it's about the whole supply chain could sit together, have a proper discussion to find a solution altogether. If certain requirement beyond the current capability, but that's the past experience. By working together, we are able to adjust, the certain elements, and also by introducing some new ideas and methodology to solve this challenges from end-to-end perspective, because we shouldn't let individual blocking points actually make the damage to the whole supply chain. It has to be the synergy of the whole supply chain working together and the shared responsibility.
Thanks so much to everybody. Thanks so much also to Gergo who joined us online. There are two websites that I want to promote before we close. One, go check out the Covenant of Companies for Climate and Energy. You can get through there also through the DG Energy website. And go check out the website of jesi.org. Jesi has solutions for companies that are looking to address these challenges and their relationship. A big program called the Digital with Purpose. I'm sure you heard about it earlier today. So thanks so much to Jesi for organizing this, and to our speakers and to all of you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we do.
Okay, great, excellent. Hello, so good afternoon to everybody. I'm very pleased to be with you. Thank you so much, Luis, for the introduction. And so I will now share my screen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this very interesting day. So I do not have, I do not have the allowance to share my screen, apparently. I don't know if you could please reactivate that. I have prepared a few slides. Otherwise, I can send you the slides if you want. Because so far, I do not have the ability to share my screen. It says that it has been deactivated. Okay, I will send to Chris the slides. And I will start in any case.
You can now share your screen.
It's okay? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, great. So can you now see my screen? Is it okay? Seems okay?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So, very pleased to be with you. I am a senior manager at Orange, working on climate, biodiversity, and circular economy in the CSR group department. And I'm pleased to serve as the vice chairman of the ITUT study group 5, which is dealing with the topics that we are going through today. So environment, climate, biodiversity, rare metals, transition, and so on. So today I will be presenting some ITUT standards that can play an important role in order to succeed in this transition, the net zero transition, looking at in particular the role that digital services can play and the importance of the skills in that transition as well. So it's a pretty short presentation, and then I can answer your questions. So the presentation is really focused on a standard that has been developed recently by the ITUT. So the ITUT is contribution driven. Its members, let's say, do send the contributions in order to develop the text. And that was the case for that one, with a quite large participation of stakeholders. And there has been this recommendation, which is numbered L.1480, and which is providing a methodology on how to assess ICT and digital technologies solutions, how to assess their impact of the GHG emissions in other sectors of the economy. So this one is particularly looked at by the European Green Deal Digital Coalition. And you probably all know that there is an ongoing, there is a large effort that is carried out right now. I guess you had some more information earlier today about that one. And so this EGDC effort, the effort on the methodology, is using the work that has been done in this standard. And this standard is built with 6 steps. It is a document which is freely available on the ITUT website and which provides, let's say, a rigorous way to assess all the potential impacts of using digital solutions in other sectors of the economy. So 6 steps to assess an ICT solution. First, define the goal of the assessment, then scope, in particular relatively to the time, what we call the order of effects, and the depth of the assessment. Then the standards provides guidance on how to model, to do data collection, and to calculate. Then the fourth part is related to the interpretation of results, then a part on reporting, and the last one is on critical review. So it can help, for instance, to assess the impact of holding a virtual event, which is partially the case for the one we are having today, and help assess what's the impact overall of using digital technology, in that case virtual events, on the overall footprint of such an event, let's say. So I'm providing here some examples of ICT solutions that can be assessed thanks to this standard. So of course, the example of ICT solutions bringing benefits in other sectors of the economy can be quite large. So you have, I won't read all of them, but you have, for instance, of course, the energy supply transformation and conception, all what is related to the optimization of grids, including the load balancing through demand response. You have many services in the industry that also through the development of production efficiency can result in decreased GHG emissions. The buildings, intelligent building energy, resource management, the transport, with the virtual meetings, of course, the telework, the route optimization. You all know pretty well these solutions. The agriculture and forestry as well, with precision agriculture, precision forestry, and as well nature-based things, also helping to have forest protection. So the standard helps to have some thorough assessments of all the effects. An important aspect that I would like to mention today, since this has been really a key theme for the day, is digital education and training for all sectors, allowing a quicker and more efficient transition. I know, for instance, that in France, to give you an example, for the wood building industry, using some MOOC platforms has been very useful to be able to have an accelerated training of people. There is a huge demand on people to be able to renovate some buildings, introducing in many cases some wood components, and using digital technologies such as virtual education training platform, the MOOCs, and so on can really play an accelerating role, which is important. It can help, as the European Union has mentioned, reskilling and upskilling. And we all know that we are all going through a period where there will be an important need on reskilling and upskilling in the context of the transition that we need, the energy, the carbon transition, the nature transition, at the same time as in artificial intelligence transition. So an important point. And the standard the ITU has developed can also help assess how setting up and developing such training education services can have an impact. So what are the effects considered in this document? in L.1480, which you will be able to retrieve again for free on the ITU website. So the idea is to consider different effects, the positive and the negative. So the so-called first order effect, the fact that to function an ICT service does imply the usage of some material evidence, like the laptop I'm using right now to have this conversation with you. So this is the so-called first order effect. It was necessary to build this laptop. It is necessary to operate it with electricity. And then there are the second order effects, which are corresponding to for what is intended in that case, a reduction of the GHG emissions due to the fact that some travel is not happening, for instance. But there can be also some rebound effects. As you probably know, there have been many discussions on this topic, which they have now pretty much converged in the frame of the work from the EGDC. And so L.1480 provides some guidance on how to assess in a robust way the different kinds of impact that need to be considered. So first order, second order, and rebound. And also the time perspective, of course, is important. That is to say, an ICT, the impact of an ICT service can be handled before the service is introduced, during the introduction of the service, or after the service has been introduced. And the document also provides some guidance on how to assess the impact, taking into account the time moment when the service is assessed by the practitioner. So that was a summary of what is in this recommendation L.1480. And in order to conclude, I would like to remind that, of course, our industry, the digital sector, can bring some important benefits to other sectors. And Jesse, as the GSMA, as others, have recognized for quite a long time now the potential benefits that can be brought by digital services to other sectors of the economy. But at the same time, I wanted to remind that to decarbonize the sector itself remains a priority. Of course, we all know we have to act quickly at the right speed to be in line with what is required by IPCC, by the Paris Agreement. We see every day, unfortunately, dramatic news now, forest fires in Canada, for instance, and we all know we have to act at the right speed. And so I wanted to end this brief speech by mentioning the excellent cooperation that we had together with the Science-Based Target Initiative, the GSMA, JC, and with the participation of the IEA. So that was a jointly effort, and that let's say succeeded in providing some GHG emissions trajectories for the information and communication technology sector until 2030 in particular, that are compatible with the UNFCCC Paris Agreement. And let's say a document was produced from the recommendation, the formal recommendation from the ITU that you have on the left-hand side, L.1470. A joint document was published, which is the guidance for ICT companies setting science-based targets. This is available for free on the site of the science-based targets, and it is now the unique reference for the ICT sector on trajectories to decarbonize. And you have, for instance, on the right-hand side, a key figure which provides the trajectories from 2015 to 2030, with percent reductions from 2020 to 2030, so a 45% reduction aimed at in 2030 compared to 2020 levels. And of course, I will end now the speech saying that in order to be credible and to be in the best possible position to help other sectors to decarbonize, it is also a priority to continue to act at the right speed and act together to reduce the own emissions of the ICT sector. So with this, I thank you very much. You have here some context, and I will be pleased to answer a few questions if there are now, or to be in touch with you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jean-Manuel. I think you gave a very good overview. You know, for many of you, probably you were not aware how much work has been done in the ICT industry. And Jesse has been leading this work for 20 years now. Jean-Manuel has not mentioned something that is about to come out. We also developed the methodology for Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions together with GSMA for the telecommunications industry, for the Scope 3 emissions, I mean. And we are working now on Scope 3 for data centers as well in GSE with many of the stakeholders, many companies. And that piece of work, Scope 3 for telecommunications, is coming out very soon. There have been meetings to explain the methodology, and for data centers, it will be later in the year. Is there any question that you'd like to ask to Jean-Manuel before we move on to the last panel? It was very technical, but I think it was important to understand what the GESI, GSMA, ITU have been working on. And thank you so much, Jean-Manuel, for the contribution to give us this overview. If you would like to stay with us, you can stay. For the last panel that will be moderated by Georgia. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you all.
And so moving on, Georgia, the last panel is about skills and talent that will fast-track the European digital and green economy. Well, as usual, please invite your guest speakers in the panel.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you for those of you staying with us until the very end of the day. It's been quite insightful and eventful what we have been discussing today. We started with green policies fit for industrial success. We then deep dived into global industrial collaboration for sustainable value chains, discussed how industrial value chains are ready for climate action. And I think it's important that we underline everything, you know, together under the European Euroskills, which is the one of, if not the key initiative of the European Commission for 2023. Actually, it will go on until May 2024. And it's also the overarching theme of this EU Green Week. So I'm very pleased to welcome on stage Mrs. Helen Hraj, Head of Clean Energy Transition Unit and also Deputy Director for the Clean Planet from DG Research and Innovation in the European Commission, Mr. Frank Seaburn-Thomas, who is the Head of Fair, Green and Digital Transition Research Unit in DG Employment in the European Commission, Saifur Rahman, who is the President of the Institute for Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and Marianna De Luca, who is in charge of industrial relations at Enel. Round of applause for... So indeed, as we discuss and say, and you know, this is an important initiative that the European Commission pushed forward for all actors and stakeholders involved in skills and talent developments, but not only, also in the digital green and now energy transition as well. So I'd like to start with introductory remarks that you can all be sharing in terms of how the European Euroskills is really shaping now the EU Green Deal agenda and how it will, you know, determine the achievement of the objectives under the EU Green Deal agenda, under the digital green and energy transition for all actors involved in this important topic. Mrs. Hraj, perhaps you want to start.
Okay, so I open the game. But I come from DG Research and Innovation, so sometimes we have also the role to see a little bit further. So it's not only skills, it's also the overall knowledge about new technologies. And a second point is if we want to accelerate the Green Deal implementation, we have to accelerate the knowledge. And that cannot go only through universities, it has to go through industry. That's very clear. So we have to work with industry. And the third one is we see very well the changing in block in the international environment. So it's very important that we have the EU supporting the mutual recognition that what you do in one country is recognized in another one, so that we are Europe and not only an addition of specific systems. Otherwise, the people will not buy the transition because simply they will not get the service they want. And I stop here, I guess.
Thank you very much. I think in the Commission, everyone is involved. Is involved in the in skills development, especially under the European Euro Skills, and we have DG Employment here represented. So please share your thoughts on this.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm not from the unit, to be honest. I have to admit that is implementing the European Year of Skills. They are just hosting one big event right next door here, as you may have seen. But from a unit which focuses in our work on both the aspects of fair transition, how to put in place fair transitions, like my colleague just said, but also to make a link with research and integrate the social and employment and skills dimension into research action and innovations. Maybe as a starting point, I would say that the situation probably is that the transition, the green transition, but both transitions, probably the green and the digital, are irreversible. On the green side, policy-driven. We have a climate law which has enshrined legally binding targets of climate neutrality until 2050. These transitions are ever faster. On the digital side, you know better than me that they are speeding up. The COVID pandemic has led to a huge uptake and faster uptake of teleworking solutions and new solutions. And on the green side, given the new geopolitical situation, there's a strong push for accelerating the transitions. And last but not least, as my colleague from DG Research just rightly said, those transitions have to be fair. They have to be perceived as fair so that people come in. And I think skills have to play a role in all of this. So my opening statements would probably be, first, the transition cannot happen without skilled workers. And we see now that the lack of skills or lack of labor could become an obstacle if not addressed to the success of these transitions and to effective transitions. Second, we have carried out a Eurobarometer survey last year among Europeans. So we've asked them, they're willing to participate, they're willing to change. So we can share with you the details. There are a couple of questions, but the majority of Europeans believes that the green transition has the potential to create better jobs. And a majority of Europeans also say that to them it's important to be in jobs which contribute to the green transition. But again, close to half of Europeans are not sure they have the right skills to do so. And similarly, when you ask them about support measures, there are also questions, and they have a clear view that they believe private companies should be encouraged to contribute to this, including reskilling, upskilling, or move to new energy-efficient production methods and business methods, including through rules and incentives. I think my third point is the two transitions cannot be dealt with separately. They are linked, and this was very clearly shown here. We cannot succeed the green transition without digitalization and technologies, and vice versa. The fourth point is there's not just one type of skills involved, and there's no easy definition of what green skills are, but there's a whole range of skills, and what we probably can go into this in the next round are defining at European and international level with colleagues in the ILO, OECD and others is skills for the green transition, or skills for these transitions, which are at the same time technical and transversal. A lot of these skills have to do also with supporting sustainable ways of living, let's say moving, learning, and so on, more generally. And the last point, probably on the European Year of Skills, to come back on this, I think it's a call to move towards implementation. We have lots of targets, we have lots of ambition, we probably have a lot of frameworks in place, so we need to implement this, and we need to implement it bottom up with all stakeholders, including industry, social partners, and all those involved.
Thank you. And Mr. Rahman, you represent, an institute for electronics and electrical engineers. So, I mean, you really represent, like the people that are highly involved in this transition. And perhaps, you can also shed a light a bit on what are, like these skills shortages that, they see from their side, and also what is the labor demand, and, a bit, on how they see this skills transformative journey.
Thank you. I'll talk from the engineer's perspective. We have in Europe 50,000 engineers, our members, 50,000 all over Europe. What they tell me, they want upskilling and reskilling. Because, for example, an engineer working in Siemens, working in equipment part of it. Now AI has come in. So how does he or she deal with it? She doesn't know. So they're saying, prepare us in advance. I'm an engineer working in equipment side of it. I am interested in other things as well. So what can I do? Where can I go to get some advanced knowledge about new techniques coming to the table? We provide that content, self-training. We have something called IEEE Learning Network. If you're an IEEE member, go there, download the content, and some can be live discussions. That's second. Third is, we are very focused on our members being more relevant to the society. That means they are not only doing their own job, they're working for other things, volunteers. We have members in Europe who go to schools, primary schools, and tell the teacher what is AI in weather forecasting, as an example. That excites me. Why? We are very selfish. We want these kids to be engineers. That's why we do this. But they get trained, and they get an option. And number three, we are available to participate in discussions globally. We have an office in Vienna, and Irene is here from Vienna office. So we have global presence. I was at ITU last March. I gave the ITU Secretary General IEEE award, special award. And she said things we just heard from Orange, the same things. We want people on the ground who can help us. Example, IEEE has sections in almost every European country, including here. These section leaders are our foot soldiers. They will tell you what they can do for you and for the internal management of our network. So finally, engineers are telling us upskilling and reskilling. What is reskilling? To me, it means you train them for something different than what they have done. Example, some years back, Enel, the Italian company, decided to make all meters smart meters, all meters, everything. What's the difference? Before, you have sent a meter reader to your home, read the meter, and the bill based on the data. Now they don't do that anymore. So 5,000 meter readers, what they'll do? There's no meter for them to read. So they were retrained to install smart meters. They didn't lose their jobs. So we give them ideas how you will retrain your employees to do new things and different things over time. And it's for free. It's for free. Other thing is to bring awareness. We have some product called Try Engineering, both for engineers and engineers to be. Talk about skill set. So you go to Try Engineering website. It's tryengineering.org. That's the website. And see what you can learn on your own about climate change issues. We have that. We have a whole section on climate change. What can you learn? So this is skill set. Skill set is not just running in a machine. It's much more than that. It's being relevant, be flexible, and be able to do things. One final thing, talk about skill set, electric vehicles. They're not just charging the car. Infrastructure needed to make the charging stations work properly. That's different, and that's quite expensive. Number 3, talk about the electricians who will install the charging station. I know what that is. Talk to the power company. They will provide the extra power to run the car charging at night. But more importantly, how do you charge? When do you charge? If you came home at 6 p.m., hook up your car to the your garage plug, it will suck up the amount of power you're using all day. Then that's next 2 hours. It's not possible. So we have technology where if you are hooking the car up, at the time you're cooking, air conditioning running, maybe heating water as well. If that's the case, it'll automatically disconnect. Your cooking will be okay, your air conditioner and your water heater automatically. Car can be charged. Or you do not allow the car to be charged, not allow it to start. So that's the thing. Suppose you see your charge is low, 10%, you want to go out to dinner tonight. Then you prioritize. Charge the car, stop everything else for next 20, 30 minutes. That's behavior change. So we are not only doing technology, we're making a human being more practical, more useful, and taking part in the societal citizens' responsibility to make the world a better place. That's the starting point.
Marianne, Enel made a lot of investments actually exactly on EV and renewables and employing digital solutions also into the energy transition.
I want to say just it's important. I want to thank you, your organization, Jesse, and also the European Union, because with the European Years of Skills give us the opportunity to focus on our most valuable asset, our people. So I think it's important to have the opportunity to reflect on how we can attract, retain, and motivate people, because every technical solution, every technical problem, organizational problem needs person and their enthusiasm to solve the problem. Enel is strongly committed in net zero. Our strategy is to be net zero, is to be zero emission within 2040 and net zero emission within 2050. It means that within 2017 we have to close all our coal power plants, and within 2014 all our gas power plants. So reskilling is important, is a relevant issue, but also to solve the problem of family of person who have to change work and also to change place where live if they prefer. We are not so concerned for our people because we defined with the unions a way, a process to manage this problem, but we are confident because we know that the job opportunity coming from the transition are much more than the jobs that we have to close. On the other side, it's important to focus on the importance of innovation, not only digital innovation, but the idea to find innovation, to change our way of life and work, and to stay open-minded. If I have to point a talent, an idea, a competence, I think it's working together in cooperation. It's very important. A company alone can win the challenge. We need to work together with the universities, with the engineers, institutions, because the problems of the transitions are not only practical and technical problems. We need to solve a structural problem. We can make our part, but we need to work together. And after, if you want, I can say what we are doing to face the problem, the short labor shortage or skill needs. But I think it's important to focus on the possibility to win the challenge if we find the way to work together and to be European. We feel the support of the European Union, and for us it's important. We ask to the European Union probably also things that is more that they can do. but say the feeling that we trust in the European Union and the possibility to be the best place to work and live for all, not only for the few.
Thank you so much. And I really think the need for skills, I mean, is the essence to remain competitive and to be innovative. And I think this is also, you know, an underlying issue that the European Union and its member states are facing. And this is why perhaps also there is so much emphasis on skills development and talents development. And this, I mean, we have seen that from the work of the Commission as well. And from the side of DG RTD, from the side of research innovation, also in the work that you do in developing policy frameworks that focus also in ensuring that, you know, industrial innovation and competitiveness development, but also in defining, you know, like some of the clean energy innovation areas that we need to focus on to be competitive on that market. And especially under all the programs that you run under, you know, Horizon 2020, what is, you know, DG RTD focusing on and looking at when it comes to working with stakeholders so that everyone can run together in delivering that fair energy transition?
Wow.
In one.
How long do I have? Okay, maybe some food for thought in a way. The first thing is it's rather easy to put a component on skills in a project. The problem arises when we go for after the project and when we look at how it coordinates or it is consistent with other parts, other projects, other domains. So our problem is mainly, on one hand, the knowledge valorization. So how do we transfer the knowledge and which knowledge we transfer? But the second is also that we need to work with the industry, but we need also a little bit to frame the industry because they will rationally develop the skills for them. But the skills for them may not be exactly what would be good at a larger size. So we need to give a hand to help them to insert into a more global frame, which will be the overall skills. The problem at stake is that it's not really an EU single policy. It's something which is very often decided by member states. That's why I was speaking about harmonization, mutual recognition, and things like that. If you buy an electric car in Belgium, you should be able to be repaired in Italy or in Ireland. So it should not develop different things. Another point which is very important for us, it is that we should enlarge the vision of skills. Again, if I take the example of an electric vehicle, it's very good to develop electric vehicles, but it is taxing a lot of resources of the planet. And scrapping current cars is also taking a lot of resources. So it is important that the new skills for the people who are developing, engineering, producing, repairing, and so on, all this equipment, they have an understanding of course, the climate issue, but also of the resource issue. And the third issue we face is also which one? I mean, do we have enough in Europe, enough means and teachers for all the domains of renewable energy? I'm not sure. Are we going to teach people in hydrogen? Are we going to teach them in wind? What are we doing? And two last small points, maybe. Because as I said, research and innovation is dealing with is looking at the long term. So a first thing is, it is extremely important also that apart from looking at the planet resource, which is clearly the next challenge we will face, and we are already facing, we look at the adequation to the citizens' needs. So I usually give the example that I have a wonderful car. Okay, I should not have a car, but I do have a car. And this car is low consumption, low pollution, everything. I can enter in Paris with my car. The problem is, rather new, I can put 9 cans of beer and I cannot put my handbag. That's a stupid thing, but it means that this car was never designed for half of the population. So we should teach also, we should use this opportunity to a little bit extend the skills to take care about the citizens' need. Usually an industry should do it. Not all the industries are doing it. Car, for instance, but okay, I stop here with the car because it drives me crazy every time I have to take it. And the last point is we have a chance in technical domains, and that may be a new reflection for you. I am a civil engineer, and I'm an old lady. So in my time, we were very few, and we're still very few civil engineers. That's a shame. So we have a reserve of people to be skilled in new technologies. They are women. And I would like to see, for instance, the industry paying attention to that, instead sending them to budgetary control or communication or all that type of things. So just a personal remark. Please look at the amazing reserve of intelligence, which are the women, which usually are very few in technical domains. So it's a bit provocative, but of course it could lead to a discussion. Thank you very much.
On that point, you also mentioned exactly that research and innovation looks at the long run, long term. While though, I mean, the energy and green transition is having an impact on the labor market today. So we need to also have an assessment on what that means for the industry, but also what that means for the educational system and service providers, so that we can all adapt quickly and make sure that like people are also reemployed and employed in those industries. So Frank, I'd like to ask you that specifically, because I know you ran a study especially on this. So what is the impact of the green and energy transition on the educational system and labor market? Also, what are the possible implications for employees and employers? And last but not least, what are the costs associated with reskilling and upskilling towards that end?
Thank you very much. Also many questions in one, but I fully agree. I think we have to combine the short-term and the long-term visions together. We cannot just look at one or the other and solve the problem that way. And we have to convey that message, I fully agree, to everyone, to the citizens out there, to stakeholders, industry, social partners, that we have this double vision and have solutions for it. Okay, a bit general statement, but let me try to explain what I mean with this. You're absolutely right. We have, from the side of DG Employment and Social Affairs, accompanied also the work on this Green Deal and follow-up initiatives, until more recently now the proposal for a Net Zero Industry Act. And overall, the assessment is that there is a scope for net employment gains, for what we call a triple dividend, for reducing emissions, creating quality jobs, and even increasing welfare of everyone. But this will not happen automatically. So the transition is not inclusive or just automatically. We have to put policies in place. And that's, I think, where the time dimension comes very much in, because we have to know when do these new technologies pay off, when will energy costs due to renewables be lower than today, when will the renovation works, insulation works, etc., solar panels have been put in place so that people can benefit from. This will not happen overnight, and the investment costs and the accompanying costs are very high and need to be taken into account. Similarly, you have such costs on the labor market, obviously. So overall, it's not so easy to come with numbers, but estimates by the Commission estimate that there could be 1 to 2.5 million additional jobs until 2030, 1 million alone probably in the circular economy if well managed. The recent work on the Net Zero Industry Act estimates that up to 500,000 new jobs can be created in the clean energy transition. All of those, 100,000 alone for installation of solar and wind technologies in those sectors. All of those come with opportunities and with costs. So the costs have been estimated, I think, for the Net Zero Industry Act to something like 4 billion total for reskilling and upskilling, 12 million for the other measures I had mentioned before. So there are a lot of opportunities, but a lot of challenges as well of how to put it in place. But there's also EU funding and EU support, and we can come back to this in a minute. On the positive side, also from our analysis, is that the jobs that are being created cut across the whole skill spectrum. So they are not there across all skill groups in the labor market. And in particular, we expect a lot of job creation in the what we call the middle skill, middle wage segments, construction sectors or others, which is a trend different from the trend we have seen in many member states following digitalization. Digitalization has in some labor markets, the impact of leading to increased fragmentation in the labor market or polarization. So we believe that if managed well and if combining green and digital transitions here, we can do the opposite and have these positive effects. Now the challenges which come with it obviously are that these opportunities and challenges are in different places. There's the regional distribution, sectoral distribution is unequal. There will be job losses in fossil fuel industries which are being phased out. And most importantly, there's massive restructuring and need for reskilling, upskilling, changing tasks within sectors and value chains. And that's obviously probably one of the most costly one and most difficult also to cost. And what we need to support, that's what we're also trying to say in our policy documents is, and that relates to the point also made on incentives for providing training, that I think we need to find new ways of what we call innovative job-to-job transitions, from a brown job to a green job, or from a job today to a different job with a different task profile. So, and we have to, let's say, give people the certainty that they can be retrained towards some high-quality, good-paying job in the future, while at the same time maintaining job security and or income security. So all of this has to go together. It's not just one actor or one program that can do it. It's not the responsibility of one, but of many together. So that's what we try to put in place, support tools there. Also fully agree with Mrs. De Luca. It's not just about technological innovation. It's also about social innovations. How do we organize our work organization differently, or what do we have maybe innovative social innovations which can help put such schemes in place. And I also fully agree with the point I wanted to make it too on underrepresentation. Yes, certain groups in the labor market are available or are not, their skills are probably not used, or they would wish to participate. Women are underrepresented in renewable energy sectors. It's not so clear why that is. It has to do with STEM skills, but there are many other reasons, cultural or others, which need to be addressed. And also, for example, needs are underrepresented. That's the group of people we call needs, not in employment, education, or training, people without formal curricula or formal diploma maybe, but who could be very interested, and the figures show it. The majority of young Europeans is interested to participate in this. And in particular in the digital world, in coding schools or others, innovative solutions have been found to integrate those into the labor market. Why couldn't that be done? Or that should probably be done in this context too. Without boring you too much on the policy side, we have proposed to member states what we call a council recommendation on ensuring a fair transition. It's a set of policies we suggest all member states should look at: active labor market policies, skilling, social protection systems to support the transitions, involving all stakeholders, guaranteeing access to essential services, including digital communications, including energy and mobility. And we are now taking steps with member states to put this in place so that it doesn't stay on paper, but that it means something concretely, because we have to, as part of this transition, to showcase to policies that these transitions can happen and provide successful contributions. There are many other single initiatives, how to improve modularity or transferability of skills at European level, to carry skills across sectors, across countries, individual learning accounts, enabling factors for successful digital education, digital skills certificates which can be carried across countries, and many other strategies. Maybe there's much more one could say. One last comment, you asked about employers and employees. Yes, they're the key actors here. One of the tools we promote a lot at European level is the so-called social dialogue. The Commission recently issued a recommendation how to strengthen social dialogue at European level. There are more than 40 sectoral social dialogue committees. We encourage all of those to look at the specific problems in their sectors, to define bottom-up in skill partnerships, in blueprint alliances, in sectoral social dialogue committees. What are their needs? What are realistic transition pathways? Tell us also what it costs, maybe. And then on that basis, support policy making, because we need here the bottom-up investment of the social partners, and a lot of initiatives are being promoted in that direction under different names, green social dialogue, green collective bargaining, many others. So happy to hear your views and questions on that, but you're doing all of that probably in your daily work already.
Before I go to the employer, I actually want to ask on those council recommendations that you mentioned, what's the response from member states?
On the recommendation?
Yes.
So this recommendation was, you all know the Fit for 55 package, which was adopted in 2 rounds in 21, in July and December 21. In the July package, the Commission announced and admitted in the communication that there will be significant employment and social impacts of the green transition, which need to be addressed at all levels, including at national levels, sub-national levels, sectoral levels. And the proposals in the package, like the Social Climate Fund or others, address specific problems, but not the overall ones. So in that context, we were asked to come up with a proposal, which was published as part of the second Fit for 55 proposal. We did hearings to prepare this with member states, social partners, civil society, who all supported the initiative. They had specific expectations, but everyone agreed. And also member states agreed across the board, actually. Why? Because nobody doubts that outcomes depend on policy making, but also everyone agrees that for the transition you need to take into account the situation on the ground, the starting situation of a certain country, of a certain sector, and gear the solutions to that situation. There's no one size fits all for all EU countries or for all sectors or industries on this. We built this into the proposal. Then we're for half a year under French presidency negotiations in the Council, and here again, member states were positive. It was adopted unanimously. They improved the text in parts. Like always, the difficult issue is this is a non-legally binding instrument, so that's why we are working now with the member states in our committees, employment social protection committees, and the employment policy field, to implement it, to have progress reviews and to see where do you stand, what needs to be improved, what needs to be changed. And we will also extend such progress reviews to other stakeholders, including social partners.
We have heard a lot, very big figures on financial investments also expected to retrain, upskill and reskill people, of course, to make sure that we have the qualifications in the market to advance on the energy transition. So from the perspective of Enel, what kind of challenges, do you face in securing those qualified workforce so that you can actually advance on the energy transition plan that you put in motion, but also as an international company operating also outside of the EU single market? What do you face, in other countries? Do they have those qualified, and skills and capabilities that we need here in the EU market, or do you see that they also have faced similar challenges? How do you see that, happening? And then on the last point, I'll group all the questions so you can think about it. Enel is part of the Sectoral Social Dialogue Committee. So I think it would be interesting, for our audience as well to hear from the perspective of a big European company how you contribute to that and how you work together with other stakeholders.
I'll try to answer. It's very difficult, also because when we speak about skill, we need to focalize on what we have to do, and so the skill we need, it depends on what we have to do. We are investing in renewable, and so we need all the skills to construct new power plants or to project, to construct, to maintain, and so on. We need new digital profile, because the green transition obviously is digital transition. It's important innovation for us because it consents to have something more in productivity and efficacy, and also in the use of resources. The challenges. The first is innovation. Not only we don't only attract people for our internal workforce. We use our innovability platform. We mix the innovation and sustainability to crowdfunding. We ask for the ideas and talents of small and medium enterprise, startups, university, everyone who can solve our challenges. Through this platform, periodically we launch a challenge for a technical problem, generally not social problem. Technical problem but with a specific objective on sustainability. The use of resources or other aspect generally is referred to the use of natural resources. Why I said this? Because we need also talents and skills that are not inside our organization, and we have the necessity to mobilize other energy, idea, and enthusiasm. We also launched this year a challenge specific for young European people from 18 to 28. We asked them to propose their idea to robot or technical solution, digital solution to help us in the maintenance and control and monitoring of renewable power plants. So the difficulty and the solution is also to mobilize energy and idea where we usually don't find it, don't search it. So we prefer to launch the challenge and the people can proactively promote. It's not for big solution. Generally, it's for something go small. But it's important for us to have solution also for the short time. Just to give you an example, one challenge was to find a way to save water to wash solar panel, because it was a problem for us. A Sicilian startup proposed us a robot, not very different from robot we use for cleaning a home. It was adapted to the solar panel, and after the testing of the prototype, now we use it in our power plants. So talent and idea can be also called, and not only why this? Because we have difficulties to find engineers, energy engineers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers. If we use our traditional methods of recruiting, often we don't find it. Of course, it's a demographic problem, but I think it's not only this. It depends also on our capacity to attract and also not to find other solution. To resolve this problem, we are collaborating with the university in Italy through dual apprenticeship to attract and to familiarize young people when they are in the last year of the university or the technical institution. But it's a solution only for few people. It's not a structural solution. We need to invest altogether in education, basic education, because we need well-prepared engineers and well-prepared technicians, and then we can add specialization. So I think it's useful for us for the short-term solution, but it's not the long-term solution. The problem for us in finding the right people in the right quantity and quality, okay, for us is a problem, but it's a very, very challenging problem for our suppliers. We are investing in grids, we are investing in renewable, but our suppliers have difficulties to find people to work in traditional electricity craft profiles, not so green, not so new, not so digital. So we launched with the Alice's, a no-profit association, and with the employment agency, a program named Energy for Growth. It's a simple program. We offer to NEED and to other people who want to participate a training program to gain a qualification. It's the qualification used for our suppliers, and then they have the possibility to work for a short-term period in our suppliers, but with the opportunity to become a permanent employment. So we are working, and now we have reached 5,000 or more people, young people that was engaged. I think it's a more interesting way, also because we need something that give us a push, a boost, more important. We are the specialists of the short term. we find solution to put in place. But we are interested, and we have also the resource and enthusiasm to work also to something more relevant, and to collaborate with the university. We work also with the Electrical Association of Engineers in Italy, because we are the engineer, not always electrical, because electrical engineers are few. And so we are working we help with the help of the Electrical Association to teach electricity matters because they don't have it to add this piece. It's the base for electrical engineer, but we have no. As sectoral social dialogue committee, this morning we launched a project in the direction mentioned. We decided to start with a project that start to collect the needs. I think it's better things is to speak with our business line to ask them what are the needs, and after to design what we can do to give a piece of the solution, of course not the entire solution. And I want to say that a piece of this program, a key topics, is the gender equality, but before the equality, in our sector, the women is so few. It's not a problem of equality, it's a problem to attract and retain. I speak with my colleague, it's an electrical engineer, and she's young, she's 30, and she said that she met a lot of difficulties at the university and also at work, because there are a lot of difficulties for women. I was surprised because I think that was something of the past. So I realized that we have to work hard on this area. We have a lot of cultural work to do.
Can I add something to this?
Please.
I'm a professor, so I have to add something
Yes.
to this. Our membership in Europe, about a third of them are students, out of 50,000 students. Not only electrical, computer science, IT professionals, even physicists are members. It's a very broad footprint. What we do, if you look at our website, our tagline is advancing technology for humanity. Humanity, not just professors or students. So what do we do and how we can help? Number two is an engineer working at NL would not go back to school for training, would not go. It's a prestige issue for them. They wouldn't go. So what we have done, we put them among themselves, that they have some joint activities through our sections. They can do some seminars, workshops, weekend programs we do that. That way they are learning from each other. Also we have called mentor-mentee programs. Like you mentioned, this young lady, she could mentor a girl in high school. She is 17 years old. They can relate better. So that is a very active program that you match the supply and the need. But that is something we can do internally because we have the structure set up to do that. And finally, you have to make the job attractive to them. Typically, if you talk about power engineer, NL, they have to work on transmission lines, get on the pole, work in a coal-fired power plant. But it's a lot of office work in power engineering today, maintaining the grid maintenance, the grid control, all office work. Huge displays in there. If you go there, it looks like you are in a different world. So that image has to come out. So I hope, both the two DG's offices here, you get that picture in front of the bigger community. They don't know that. So that's my approach, my plea to you, that we'll be happy to show you at NL Control Center, for example, take pictures and show your country representative, look, this is another job possibility for students working in the sector, renewable energy, robots cleaning their panels, how you do drones to monitor the wind turbine health. Drones, very exciting thing. If you show it to an 18-year-old kid, they would like to go to engineering or computer science because they can do fancy things with their job.
Saifor, but I have a question for you because, we had discussed the long-term, plan from research and innovation to drive the green transition and energy transition. The more short-term, idea on acting on the labor market needs now. Also what the industry does. I mean, the industry, of course, develops, at a very fast pace. Where is the academia? Is the academia ready for that, leapfrogging transition, or is lagging behind? Where is the gap? Or
Academia is by design slow, by design, because we cannot make mistakes. You go to any university here, like T11, you cannot change a course content without 3 layers of permissions. To add wind energy in your course, you cannot change it overnight. But in the process, we engage many different people. One example, in Virginia, we designed offshore wind turbines, 40 kilometers away from the shore. Why 40 kilometers? You cannot see because of the horizon. People go to the beach and like to see wind turbine. They don't want to see it. So we go beyond the horizon, you cannot see it. The other question is that going to kill birds? Birds migrate in wintertime from Canada to Florida. We had a fisheries lady, professor, engaged, not engineer, ask that question. She did some studies. She saw the birds, when they fly down from north to south and back in the summertime, they fly within 20 kilometers, not 40. Why? They will catch fish on the way. If it's that far deep, you cannot catch the fish anymore. That's an example of involving non-engineers to solve an engineering problem. Now, we build the turbines there, no bird kills, because birds are inside that zone of 40 kilometers. That's the thinking non-traditional. So we can go to the university and find these resources without making a part of the curriculum. But then I make a lecture giving that talk, look, that's what we did. Then kids get excited. So yes, long term, but involving other professions within the university to solve the problem.
Thanks a lot. And while I ask all of you, what are you guys doing from your organizations, your companies, in terms of skills development? Yes, if there are any questions, now it's the time.
Need a mic? Mic, okay.
So thank you. I think the topic of the skills is very difficult because education is usually country, member state responsibility, and even in Germany, this is federal state responsibility. So there is no central guidance possible. I know I studied engineering, so I know what it is. Today, the children can decide when they're high school which, let's say, lessons they drop because they're difficult, like mathematics or physics. So how do you want to get engineers? Or they prefer to be bloggers than to study. So this is a significant point. Another point which I see when I'm reading now the studies proposed by universities, they're very specialized, hotel management, or doing something for a specific industry. And they are not educated in a broad way as it was in the past, for example. So I started thermodynamics, 3 semesters, I never used them. But they are helping me understand today what is the problem, So I think you need a broader scope in studies than what is today given in the universities. And I think it will be very helpful if the skills required, as you see them, they are listed very fast and they're transmitted to the ministries of education, the member states, so that, because as it was said, education needs time to change. And the people have to have knowledge about these possibilities.
Yes, please.
Yeah, hi, my name's Alex Cole. I previously have worked in the kind of digital space for a large corporate, and in the last 8 years, I've been working on the ground building Pact for Skills regional ecosystems. So I take this challenge and everything you've said, and my specialism was transition, which is basically the management of change and the grief cycle. So I'm interested, my question is, in terms of the practicalities, you've got the education system, which is a system that doesn't actually work in this kind of space because it's so slow and it's rigid. So once you're starting to train people, it's 3 years, 5 years out of date. With this space is going to be changing super fast in terms of what you're actually teaching people. So I'm interested to know, how do you see the practical application of stackable micro-credentials and skills passports that actually document people in a real-time learning situation where they're not skilled, so they're going from I don't know anything to the point where I'm now a practitioner, then an expert, or in those stages. How do you see that happening in the EU ecosystem?
Would you allow me to enlarge a little bit your question? Because, of course, education is a long term. I mean, it doesn't go immediately, but we can have skills in short term. First of all, we are trying to build on the existing skills. It's not only women, but also volunteers. The example of what is happening in Germany, for instance, with some local communities in energy, they used people being retired or having another job, but having the skills. And they build local communities on energy. And this is the future, because we need all the initiatives together. We don't need a big initiative. I'm a strong believer in small things which added make a very big thing. So we have to build on the existing skills in the short term. We have in the long term to build on trainers, because the problem is not to train the people, the problem is to train the trainers first. And that takes more time. And we have also to build on all the initiatives in a holistic way. And I would like also to add one point, which seems to be frequently aside. This is that we also need to train the regulators, because otherwise we won't get any permitting. So it's not only physical, it's not only technical, it's also economical, it's also legal, and regional, local people. I stop here, I've been speaking too much. And then he knows better than me.
Yeah. I don't know if I know better, but maybe a few ideas in response to what you mentioned, while recognizing obviously that it's not the European level which, let's say, can change curricula as such per directive and so on. But when it comes to, I think it's not that much a competence issue, but an issue of common interest and, let's say, common sense to some extent also to facilitate skill recognition, mobility of workers and so on. All of this where the European dimension would come in very strongly. So we are working to develop classifications, so-called ESCO classifications, both in digital and green skills, to facilitate the dialogue which could feed then into updating of curricula. That's being done in addition to additional work on what actually are green skills or skills for the green transition, what are green jobs, what's the green economy. A lot of our work and our legal initiatives are evidence-based, but the evidence base is not as good as we would like to be. And obviously, industry and social partners have a lot of data also in which we should make better use of. A second element, I think that was already mentioned, the different attempts to adjust to the need for speed, if I may say so, to have more modular trainings. Maybe the reality is moving faster than we can probably. So tools like individual learning accounts, micro-credential and others, I think are meant to do that. Yes, they are complicated at political level indeed to put them in place. But at the same time, I think the Commission, through all its tools, tries to find, to pilot new solutions, to pilot digital passports, to speed up this recognition and speed up such definitions. As we said, the survey results and the requests from young people in particular are very clear here, so there's also an interest by all actors to respond to this. You have to attract talent today by also offering certain training capacities. The figures, we also have, as I said, the common interest shows up in common targets. Target setting at European level is important, we believe, to make progress. 1 out of 3 targets in our field of employment social policy and in the context of the European Pillar of Social Rights, 1 of the 3 is related to adult training, participation in adult training, which should increase to 65% per year in 2030, almost double from today's standards. And it's linked to the recognition that we believe training rates on the job as well are too low, and in particular too low often in key sectors for the transition, and even in sectors complaining about labor and skill shortages. So the COVID has done something to training provision. It has not yet caught up from below training COVID levels in the aggregate, and that's why also the European Year of Others are there meant to let's say, to push this. Two more ideas. There are a lot of funding support. This was mentioned already. I think Europe doesn't have to hide. There are huge numbers, some 90 billion euros funding support through the RRF and European Social Fund Plus and other tools who do support skilling in general, reskilling, upskilling in the transition more generally, and more specifically, more increasingly also related to reskilling, upskilling for the green transition, in particular in the so-called Repower EU chapters of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, where member states can come up with new ideas specifically to train, reskill, upskill the labor force in general, also in public services and others, which is vital. There again, the political input I think is important, not to look at specific sectors only, but also to take along the public authorities, which are crucial here. And the last comment, I think it's actually an international question in many cases, so not just a European or national one, despite all the hassles to put in place things on the ground, indeed. We in particular, for example, one initiative we're supporting is in the context of the so-called Clean Energy Ministerial. We have launched an initiative with Canada, the United States, the ILO and the IEA, and it's called Empowering People. It's focusing on skills and workforce inclusivity, workforce development for just transitions. And we see that in this international context, the demand is growing. The requests are similar, and a lot of mobility probably is global. So I think we have to have this debate globally on reskilling, upskilling, and talent partnerships as well to promote, let's say, just transitions and green transitions together. It's again a global challenge. So that makes it even more complicated. But learning from each other, and maybe I stop with this, we have done a report together with the IEA on good practices at global level on reskilling, upskilling for the green transition. I think that's good to share best practices you have or others, and to share them globally and see where can they be copied or adjusted to the local national contexts, be it in academia or be it in industry.
Just to add to this and Alex's question, what is happening in some cases, universities are encouraging their professors to invite industry leaders to give guest lectures. It opens up the student's mind, what is possible. And that training stays with him or her when they enter the job market. I would hope the EU Commission or your DGs will look into that, make it a global European global program. US National Science Foundation has a program called Opportunity. They'll pay university to bring an industry engineer, spend time at the university, grant money. So he or she is now stationed at the university on leave from their company. Well, 2 months, not a long time. That way, this person is there all the time. They'll visit the dormitories at night and talk about their life. That way, you have a program where you can encourage the academy industry liaison to open up the young person's mind to more things they can do when they're in the job market. That would be, I think, a very useful program to pursue.
Marianne, do you want to add some concluding remarks on that?
It's difficult to add some things. I want only to say that there are a lot of opportunity for training, for upskilling, reskilling. Now in Italy, we have also a contractual provision for each of us. We have an amount of hours to spend in training. But I think it's important not only to have this amount of money and time to spend, but also to construct an idea on what we need to go forward. And I think it's important to have a vision of what you want to do. But what I want to say is this training is to transfer what we have, we say what we have to do to someone else, and also to exchange experience. But we need to build new knowledge, new solution. for the energy transition, also to European level, for the grids, we need to define the code, how to integrate our grids. We have big technical, organizational, and also definition of framework problem. And I think it's very, it's very important for people to work in interesting project. It's the way we have learned to work, and our knowledge is based on our experience at work, people with we have worked with. I think we have the opportunity also to use the possibility to exchange program, European exchange program, and also at member states to share experience, but also to build new knowledge, to work on common project. I think it's important because training is good for the things that you already know, but also in the things that we know, we have to find new idea, new way to do the same things. And so I think it's important. Learning by doing is something that we need to improve it, to strengthen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our panel and for those waiting with us here in presence, and also for those joining us online. Very big round of applause to everyone. Thank you also to Jesse, to Luis, to Varnika, to Moka, to all the colleagues that have made this platform possible today. And I think this is the end of our EU Green Week. For those who have some time to spare, there are some bubbles outside waiting for some social moments. And thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, nice meeting you.
Thank you very much.